might do something else. This Youfoy scooter. I don't know what it's going to be like. I'm not really sure how there possibly could be 568 pieces in here. Oh, and actually we're a little early. It's not 11 yet. So maybe I'll just talk about this camera angle for a second. And so this camera angle, it's more than just a camera angle. It's the new stage. Well, yeah, the camera angle is a big thing. It's like the camera is down here closer rather than the overhead. It's kind of like you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. Let's see how that goes. Frankly, I don't know how I'm gonna work. I kind of feel like I'm actually like the iPad is here. Like my face is behind the iPad. I'm like kind of like reaching around it from both sides to like operate. And I don't know if I can really do that for an hour, but I guess we're gonna find out. And then what's back there is the whiteboard, and I'm not really even sure. I'm just gonna draw a line and look at the screen while I do it and see when it goes off the camera. All right. Oh, it didn't work because it's not like real time. I don't know why I'm doing this left-handed. I'm right-handed. All right, the 4. That's what I thought. Okay, so it's really low. You're seeing probably less than a third of this whiteboard, but it's enough. Let me write a couple of things down there. Some notes, but they're also things I'm going to talk about. They're just kind of things that I thought of during the day, but I'm going to talk about them. All right, it's 10:59. I think that's close enough. I think we can start opening this box. All right. Let's hope the instruction book's in here. I heard some conflicting reports. Yeah, here's the instructions. Some people said it wasn't there and you had to like scan a QR code and read the instructions off your phone. But, I mean, looks like here's an instruction book, thank goodness. A 6-year-old can do this, or a 6+-year-old anyway. 568 pieces. All right, where is the front of my screen here? See, it's not that. I gotta keep sort of a little bit deep or I'm gonna be off the screen. I'm not sure if this is better or worse. It's definitely closer, but in a way you might see less. Like what you'll see closer. Really, eventually I gotta set up a multi-camera shoot. So it'll probably be like the above camera that we normally have, this detail camera that you're seeing tonight, and then I guess a face cam. I don't really want to do it, but it seems like I'm supposed to, especially to practice reading from a teleprompter. Why would I have to do that anyway? It just seems like a skill that you should have in this day and age. All right, so we're building a scooter. Actually, I'm going to need the instructions, so I'll put the little box back there. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think this is going to, I read there were 13 bags. Why do I only get 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, this time I got 13. I don't know what I skipped last time. So I think for the wooden puzzles, it's going to work really well because they're sheets and I could pick up the sheet and I could like pop the piece out. Whereas this, it's, I have to dig through these bags to find the pieces, and the overhead camera is fine for that, but I don't know it's going to work on this one. What I have is this little drawer here, which by the way is another whiteboard. I'm thinking to dump the pieces in there, and then I'll at sometimes pick it up, and it'll probably go off camera while I'm looking at it. Yeah, this is not going to work. This glass will probably break. You see it already fell once. Anyway, I might still use it to sort, but I may not pick it up so much. All right, let's get into this scooter. 568. It's rated as a 4-hour puzzle. I don't think we're going to do 4 hours tonight. All right, so there's a little tool in here somewhere. See this? That's a little tool. That's not part of the build. Is that in its own bag? Oh my goodness. All right, let me at least put these bags in here. They have the numbers on them, right? All right. This is a 2. This is a 1. 1. 4. 3. 2. 3. All right, I'm gonna put the 3s in this area. You probably can't even see where I put those 3s, but trust me, they're there. 1. Well, the 1s are huge bags. That's only the second 2, and the first bag had 4 posts in it. This should have had the tool that we're looking for. Oh, by the way, the tool is right here. It's in one of these number 1 bags. So that'll be the bag we open first. 4. Put the 4s back there. All right, so we got the 1s and 2s here. Got the 4s back there. That looks like a very non-important bag. Some of these pieces are tiny. Oh my goodness. All right, is this a 3? It's like, it's off of the printing. Anyway, I assume that's a 3. Here's another 1, tiny pieces. All right, as mentioned, we're gonna start with this. You know what? I'm gonna get another bucket. Even this thing is like, I don't know what I was thinking. It'll work for the small pieces, but these bigger ones, I need something else. All right, I got the box from the puzzle that we semi gave up on. There's the tool. I don't think we were supposed to build anything. I think they just wanted us to know about the existence of this tool. The existence of this tool. What word did I say? All right. Here's the tool. I'm holding it. These pictures don't really say anything, so we're moving on. All right, here's a rundown of the pieces. The numbered bags have no bearing on order of build. Well, then why'd they come up with those numbers? Please just follow the instructions to build your set. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us. I'm supposed to contact them while I mean, I understand when you're like setting up a computer network or you're like installing a garage door opener, you might call tech support. But if you call like tech support because you're putting your Lego together, just like don't even buy Legos. It's like not the hobby for you. All right. Anyway, I have no idea what this page is trying to say. I mean, yeah, the writing is very clear. The numbered bags have no bearing on the order of build. As ridiculous as that sounds, it's perfectly clear to understand. What I don't understand is the picture that goes with it. Oh, you know what this is? This is a little scale. So, like, we know if it's like this size, it's 15 pieces. If it's this size, it's 10 pieces. That's like a little ruler. But we're going to turn the page, so we're not going to be able to use that. Maybe if they'd put it on the back of the book, we would like line up the piece. Or maybe on the box. Do they have that on the box? All right. I'm going to contact their tech support, and I'm going to tell them they use these sides for absolutely nothing, and they should have put this helpful chart on the side of the box, or the bottom, or the top, or the back, or any place other than on a, the 5th page inside of the book, because nobody's going to be able to find that quick enough for it to be useful. All right, here's a rundown of all the pieces. So, maybe some people, before they start building, they count all the pieces, make sure they have them all, and then call tech support. All right, so as they've established, these bags mean nothing. So, what do you think? Do we look through the bags to find the pieces, or do we dump all the pieces in this pot? I'm kind of thinking that's what we do. But hold on a minute. Yeah, we're going to do exactly that. The only thing we're going to do is we're going to separate them by size. All right. These are big pieces. All right, these are medium pieces. These are tiny pieces. All right. We're going to do tiny here, medium here, big here. All right. Just drop the bag on the floor. All right, what's going on? Is that tiny or medium? I think that's semi-medium. All right, tiny, medium, tiny, medium, large. It's a tricky one. I'm gonna go with, these are kind of medium, but this one's bigger than that one, so I'll call that large. All right, here's the mediums. Well, I'm gonna do them in order. I'm gonna put the sort of smaller mediums here and the bigger mediums there. All right, so that's a bigger one. All right, that's a smaller one. All right, let's stop farting around here and let's make something happen. All right. Do you like the sound of those crinkles? That's another reason to deal with these bags all at once. Deal with the crinkling all at once. All right. Well, I feel a little better now that the Lego pieces are in a little box there. You know what? I think this camera angle's working out. I mean, it doesn't bother me that it's like right in my face, heating me up, probably giving me some sort of, environmentally hazardous tan. I mean, as long as you guys can view the screen, well, and you can see the Lego pieces, I mean, come on, that's what's important, right? I mean, the show must go on. By the way, I'm not even doing this dumping well. If you notice, this bag still has a piece in it. So let's try that again. So at least we found the missing piece. We didn't call like tech support in whatever country and complain that there was a piece missing. I just looked at the bags, saw a piece, dumped it in a thing. Very heroic. It's a Friday. Theoretically, I could just stay up and finish this. I don't know, though. 4 hours. I don't know, it's kind of a lot. All right, let's see. Should I cut it on camera? Is there anything exciting about that? Oh, what? I mean, how did this even get a bag? Was that like the muffler or something? All right. How many bags do you have? Yeah, that's gonna work. There we go. This is looking good. It's getting better and better. All right. You ever heard the expression mixed bag? This is a mixed bag. We've got some accessories here. These are tools. Don't mistake that for a gun. That's a drill. This is a hammer. Don't mistake it for the bad kind of hammer. Let me see. This is obviously a four-sided lightsaber. This is a mace. And this is one of those bladeless air purifiers. And this is for watering the plants. All right, let's get the tires out of there. All right, time to remove some bags from the stage. All right, while I'm zipping, while I'm cutting open and dumping these bags, I'll go through one of the topics. The first topic there. Oh man, sorry about that image. The first topic there says cards ordered. So what that means is often when I do this, I'm waiting for people to type in the chat box, but as of yet, it's like rarely happens. I mean, this is the 50th stream tonight. Oh, congratulations to us, 50th stream. So anyway, on the first 49 streams, there have been maybe like 20 comments in the chat box, and none of them were really conversation starters. Or maybe, I shouldn't say that. Maybe one or two of them were, but not enough of them were. So when I envisioned this show, I envisioned people would like talk in the comment box. It would like pop up on my monitor screen, and I would riff on whatever people said. But that's not happening. So luckily, I don't just get Legos and puzzles to review. I also get card decks. And it turns out that a very common type of card deck is like a party lubricant, conversation starter, get to know each other, test your relationship, decide what type of career you should. Basically, very popular type of card game is not a card game at all. It's a party game. It's very chill. You just pick up cards and they give you ideas of what to talk about. It's like you can't go wrong. And then, I don't know, maybe you're supposed to drink, or maybe you're supposed to, whatever you're supposed to do a funky dance or something based on these cards. So I got them. I'm not going to drink or do the dance, but I'm going to use the conversation starters. They're going to be... basically, if people don't type in the chat box, I'm going to like pick up a card and talk about whatever the card says. So look forward to that. And let me tell you something, there are a lot of these games. I'm worried that the questions are redundant. One of the ones I ordered, it was a 150 card deck, which, let's just start, that's a small deck. Well, I mean, it's 3 times the size of like a poker deck, but it's a small deck in terms of a board game. There should be like 700 cards. And the cards in this deck, they don't have artwork. And they don't have a color scheme or anything really. They're just yellow cards with black print on them. And I looked at them and they're pretty good. I mean, like the half a dozen that you can see on the product page were good. I don't know if the other like 144 are any good. But the half a dozen I saw cards were good, so I ordered it, for reviewing purposes. But really, I'm also going to use it to, like, promote conversation in this little podcast of ours. But that was funny to me that they were just yellow cards with black writing. There was only 150 of them. There wasn't much gameplay. There was zero artwork. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to give it as a review, but I feel like no matter how good the questions are, the sort of top end is going to be a 4 because there's no artwork and there's no, like, gameplay mechanics. There's really just, like, tight. Like, it could have just been a list on the internet. So, or someone could have just taken a list from the internet, a list of conversation starting questions, and printed them on one per yellow index card. It's like, I don't know that that even counts as a game. Okay, we've wasted enough time. We will now begin assembling the Lego. By the way, we wasted 21 minutes. So we're 21 minutes into a 4-hour build, and we haven't started yet. And now we're start now by looking for pieces. All right, there's one piece. There's another piece. Only thing is we need 2 of that first type of piece. And instead we found 2 of the second type. Okay, close but no cigar. This often happens in the world of Legos. There's a lot of pieces that look like almost what you need, but they're not. They're not what you need. They're imposters. They're imposter pieces. They suffer from imposter piece syndrome. And they just really screw up your game. All right. So it says here, take a 6, a 2x6, and a 2x8, and click them together. So let's give that a shot. All right, like that. All right, got it. All right, there we go. The first 3 pieces have been assembled. All right, back to the drawing board. All right, 6, 12. That's way more than 12. 6, 12. All right, got it. Where does this go? Try not to mess up. It's really like, all right, we're building the sort of back of the thing. I tell you, it's pretty easy to mess these Legos up because everything clicks together with everything else. Like when you do the wooden puzzles, they pretty much only fit together correctly. But with Legos, you can really mess up. And then, can you imagine what's supposed to be a 4-hour build will be a forever hour build? They should do this as... Is that why old people like the wooden puzzles? I probably should stick to the wooden puzzles because you can't mess up. Well, you can break the pieces, but you don't have to backtrack a lot. It's either you break the pieces and the puzzle's wasted, or you get them right, or you get them close to right, and you eventually finish the puzzle. All right, we're looking for a 2x12, another one. They double the size. Yeah, 2x12. That's more than 12. That's 16. Why am I holding it? Because I figured the 12 is like slightly smaller. All right. I want to tell the second story, which is not going to be as good as if you were there when it happened, but I'll tell the story anyway. But I feel like I need to build at least a little bit, and then I'll get to it. Am I seriously not going to find this 12? All right, let's get these tires out of here. They're not doing us any good. We'll find the tires when we need them. All right, so, or the tires will find us. Anyway, the wheel well, that doesn't need to be in here. I mean, I don't need instructions to know that these are the tires and the wheel well. All right, we got some sort of flower. That should be interesting. All right, there's the 12. See, we just need to get the tires out of there, and then we can find it. Yeah, that's the 16. All right. Ooh, we're not done yet. We need 2 1x4s. That's more than 4. That's more than 4. You know what? It might not even be in this box. Well, there's one of them. There's another one. I mean, these are kind of small. They could have been in another box, which, you know, would really slow things down. All right. What do we got to do here? Existing. It would be nice if they marked where it's going to go, but they didn't. And it looks like it lines up here. Is that true? Is that what they're showing us? Line it up here. And then these ones come out. No. No way. Further. Has to go further. Because we're going to be doing these pieces in a minute. I know it doesn't look like right, but it just has to be that way because when I put these in, it's supposed to hang off on both sides. By the way, you see that? They tell us that piece second after it's no way to get in there. What's that about? Did I do something wrong? Hold on. Yeah, I did something wrong. I was supposed to put this in first. So the 2x3 goes in first. And then the 2x6 goes in next. And then these go here. Yeah, we got the same issue. Unless this piece was wrong in the very beginning, but it wasn't. I mean, here, 2x3s. I'm gonna rebuild the whole thing. We're not very far along. I think I don't want a chance that something here is a mistake. I'm gonna restart from scratch. Ooh, we get to use the tool. Let's try. Let's see. How does this tool work? There we go. So that tool is very viable. All right, back to square one. 2 of these. 1 of these. Okay. Yeah, I think we messed up the first time. And by the way, I don't know how we managed it. It should have been really obvious what we were supposed to be doing here. I guess I was chatting too much. All right. And then this goes here. Now we're back to where we were. This goes here. This here. And then these go underneath. All right, wow. So basically, I had messed up on the very first panel. I'm not sure if you can see if I've got this. I'll push the instruction book a little bit further forward so you can see it. I messed up the very first one. All right, so let's be a little more careful now. As we move on to number 5. Number 5 has different pieces that we have to find. See, it has 2 of those and 2 of those. I don't know where those pieces are. Oh, I just changed the camera angle. I think it wasn't too bad of a change. All right, what are we looking for? All right, 2 of these. The second one is a 2. It might not be here. It might be in the other case, in the other box. Or it kind of looks like this piece, but it shows it as white. So I assume I need a white version of that piece. But who knows? Maybe I'll come back for the blue one. And no, the white one's in this box. So they were in 2 different boxes. Like the pieces for this section were in 2 different boxes. That is not correct. All right, that looks correct. Now I'm just double checking this box in case the first one. No, different boxes, just like the instructions said. The instructions said pay no attention to the bags. They go from different places. All right, so now these guys go down here. You know what? These are not the right pieces. This one is. This one is not. Because this one is smooth and this one has a lip. So we don't need any lip. Let's try again. See if we can get the right piece this time. Oh my goodness. Where did we find that correct piece? Where was that? See, this is when I really need the chat. These puzzles would go much quicker if someone in the chat would be like, it's in the leftmost box on top. And then I'd be like, oh, there's a piece. By the way, the one with the lip is in the leftmost box on top. Actually, so is the correct piece. So that the chat was right, even though it wasn't real and I just made that up. Regardless, the chat got it right. All right, here's these two pieces and those two pieces, and we can finally get back to building. But we're going very slow. At this pace, I don't know when this is going to be finished. We got to somehow speed up. But when you speed up, you mess up. So I don't know how fast we can go. All right, next section. 2 2x4s. That seems easy enough. Do I need to like sort the pieces in advance and put all the 2x4s in like put all the pieces in order and then they'll be quick to grab? Maybe I should do that before the stream starts, just to not waste anyone's time. All right, so one goes down the middle and one goes across the top. By the way, these instructions are kind of like not really the clearest. It's like this little red like hint of a line. It's there, but it's easy to miss. All right, now 2 of these. How did I grab that? I just looked and there it was. And there's another one. Hey, maybe things are going to start going our way. Doubt it. All right. I have no idea where this attaches. Okay. I think logic tells me it attaches this way. Logic tells us that. Instruction book kind of left us on our own. All right, what's next? 2x2 and a 1x3. Now, what box are they going to be in? Two by two. Oh, that's a corner. All right, let's check the big box. That's a 2x3. Do we need any of those? No, 1x3 and 2x2s. There's a 2x2. How many of them we need? No, 1 2x2 and 2 1x3s, which I don't know if those are even in this box. I'm going to say there's smaller pieces in a box with other smaller pieces, though they're kind of big for a small piece. Anyway, there's, nope, there's a 1x4. We need a 1x3. This is 1x3, but it's not the right type. Here's the right type. 1x3. All right. I got our 1x4 and our 2 1x3s. Let's get some vague instructions. All right. Looks like lines up. But how? In what way? Like this? Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, this is actually a pretty sturdy. It's becoming a pretty sturdy build. I mean, look at that. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think this is going to come together well. And by the way, we're only on page 3. We got a long way to go. All right. Now we got some blue pieces coming up. Right here. Yeah, there is. All right. One. And another one of those. 2. There's a third one, but we don't need a third one. All right. What we need is some 1x2s. There's one. And there's another one. Why does this feel like not symmetrical? But anyway, let's just see where it goes. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's blue on one side, it's white on the other. For whatever reason. All right, so these overhang. Was I off camera for a minute? Sorry, I need to learn the boundaries of the camera. Okay. All right, that's done. Now, 1x6 and some sassy little piece. Let's get the 1x6 first. Boom, 1x6. 1x6. Now, where is that sassy piece? Look at that. That piece really thinks, oh, yeah, that piece really thinks something of itself. And that reminds me of that President hot dog. So we bought these ice creams, and they were called macaroons, and they were French. And I was saying, isn't the French president Macron? And the other person was like, well, it's macaroon, not Macron. And I was like, macaroon, not Macron. I mean, that's like President Macron, and they're like, their countrywide cookie is a macaroon, and their president is Macron. That would be like if the American president was named Hot Dog. And then they were like, oh, it's not hot dog. It's like hot douche. It's President Hot Dog. I mean, come on. They elected the cookie is macaroon, and they elected President Macaroon. That's how much they thought about who they're voting for or who they're not voting for. They're like, oh, I like macaroons. And they voted for him. So when President Hot Douche runs in America, he's definitely going to win because everyone's going to vote for President Hot Dog. I mean, come on. Who's not going to vote for him? They have turkey hot dogs, vegan hot dogs. Everybody eats hot dogs. It's like, going to win in a landslide. President Macaroon and President Hot Dog. Well, that story did nothing for my ability to find this piece. I'm finding this piece that's like similar to it, but that's not it. It's kind of a weird piece. I don't know if you can see it in the instruction book there. There's the piece. It's like, it's a 1x2, but it's like L-shaped. It's not a square. And so far, I don't see it. Kind of like this, but less pieces involved. Less circles involved. Yeah, I don't see that piece. Is it possibly in with the big pieces? Doesn't seem like it should be, but... Oh, yeah, it is. So, they're not all big pieces. One. That was it. We're looking for one piece. All right. So, I told that entire story while looking for one piece. See why I need those cards with those, like, conversation starters? Where did it go? It goes, like, underneath? Like this? A little weird, but okay. This one goes here. All right, that's more normal. That's what it's supposed to do. Although it knocked out the piece below it. It destabilized the piece below it. All right. All right. Two of these. And two of these. I think they're all right here. Let me get this a little more on screen. Yep. No. Yeah. Yep. All right. Two of these, two of those. Again, this is like, for some reason, like, not fully symmetrical as you would expect it to be. All right. Two in the middle. Four in the middle. Stick these on the end. These are tricky because you got to get the circles facing the right way. I mean, they're not that tricky, but you got to do them correct or you're going to have problems later. All right, what's next? Ooh, that looks like a fun piece. And I saw that piece. Is it the same, though? I mean, it's kind of like... no, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the piece. All right, let's check this drawer. By the way, this drawer is a box, not a drawer. No, not there. It's kind of like kind of looks like a slipper piece we're looking for, which, you know, kind of like the opposite of this piece, if that makes sense. And it should be blue. I see it. I see one of them. So I see two of them. How many do we need? Sorry about that. See, that's what I don't like about this thing. It's like, I like it, but it's too fancy. It should have been plastic. It's like, it's going to crash down and break. All right. Yeah, I had a long sleeve shirt on all day, and then I changed it right before the stream. Even though I think it would look fine with the long sleeve shirt, I just was worried I was going to overheat, and I think it was a good call. By the way, we need another one of those, and two more of those pieces, but this time white. I mean, what are the odds? Well, I guess they're pretty good. All right. Now we need white and black pieces. with no Legos on top, no holes on top. I don't know what's the word. Circles on top. No circles on top. I saw these pieces all over the place in the beginning when I didn't want them. Now I don't see them at all. Okay, there's one of them. But if there's no circles, how do I know how long it needs to be? This is what that ruler is for. But ruler's not going to tell us anything, really. I think you got to count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 1, 2, 3. That's only 3. We need one that spans 4. All right. Is that any longer? It should be, right? There's 3 circles. It should span 4 pieces. And then I think the black one is shorter. So this is 2. It should span 3. There's 2 circles on the other side, which means it spans 3 circles because 2 like dividers. All right. Anyway, this guy goes here. Now, okay. Doesn't look like he's hanging off, but that's because we didn't add these pieces yet. Now everything looks right. We didn't add the white piece yet, so I guess it doesn't look completely right. And this goes 1 from the back, leaving 1 open. That's it. Good. Very good. 2 more of these. You know what? This is a much more comfortable build than I thought it was going to be. Thought it was going to be more annoying. It's moving right along. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six indeed. All right. Where do these pieces go? They're still highlighting the pieces from the previous page. Why are they doing that? Anyway, I mean, I can follow what needs to happen, but it's strange. Oh, they aren't. They happen to border those pieces. They just happen to border them. This is the problem with doing those lines so thin. You can't really tell what they're trying to show. All right, we need another 1x6. I need 2 of them. And we have another one. Look at the inconsistency on these circles. Like, why is there a divot in that circle? And by the way, there's one in this one too. And it's on the same piece. Does that mean I'm supposed to be looking for, or is that just a counting device? I'm going to assume it's a counting device because it's not in the picture. All right. There we go. All right, 2 more of those little pieces, those little slipper pieces. And now, what is this? I can't even tell what piece that is. Oh, okay. It's like this, but like double, if that makes sense. Is it here? It is here. 1 piece. There's the piece. We found the 1 piece. All right. Oh, this is starting to look like something. We're building a little slope there. I wonder if the connection's any better. I'm using the iPad. I was doing an internet test today. I'm going to soon have Ethernet. I don't know, maybe it could be as soon as tomorrow, but, maybe it could be in a week or 2. And then it's supposed to have very good internet. But even this iPad is supposed to have good internet compared to the iPhone. The Wi-Fi is like stronger. But I'm going to get it cabled Ethernet soon. I don't know exactly when. Could be as early as tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm making the first attempt at it. My kids each got Ethernet in their rooms. Like in the last month, we did one kid got it last week. We got it done in a day. The other kid got it 2 or 3 weeks ago, and that one went very well. We got it done in like 90 minutes. I don't know. Our room, it looks like it's going to be more complicated where my desk is, but we'll get it done. More of these. All right. Wow. All right. A lot of like almost pieces. They're the right size, but they have a connection on them or whatever. Like nothing is quite right. There we go. There's one that's correct. And there's another one. And now we need 2 more 1x6s, which I think we got plenty of them. Okay. All right. I think they just want these at the ends. And then the long pieces on the sides. I'm going to put the long pieces in first because they'll tell me where that top piece goes. Yeah, it's where I thought, but, you know, some extra confirmation, always welcome. All right, there we go. More of these. Continuing that slope. Really small piece coming up next. Single, basically single piece. A couple of those. And why there's so many? There's ones that are smooth on top, ones that have a gripper on top. All right, what are we doing here? The white goes on the white. And the blue goes on the blue. Nothing too shocking there. Onward and upward. Actually, we're, well, building upward, I guess. All right. 2x4. 2x4. Just one? Okay. Just one. I'm going to go right up against. Nice. I like that piece. Starting to look like something, huh? All right. A 1 by a white, 2x2, and 2. All right. All right. All right. 2, and then a 1x4. Oh, at least we found the pieces quickly. All right. 1x4 goes across the back. The 2x2 goes here. There's another one of those dented pieces. Here's another one. I think it's every piece has like one dented. I mean, no, it's not every piece, but there's a lot of them. Yeah, it's not every piece, but it's really common. It's really common for there to be one dented piece. One dented circle on a piece. I'm just going to show you what I'm talking about here. There's one piece, there's one dent. Piece, a dent, piece, a dent, piece, a dent. One piece, one dent. One piece, one dent. It's like very common for there to be one dented circle per piece. It's not universal, it's just common. Nope. I find these 1x3s to be tricky pieces. Sorry. Just trying to find the 1x3. Oh, they're in like different, they were in 2 different containers. Well, they said there's no rhyme or reason, right? Well, I found a 1x3, but it's not the right color. Another one that's not the right color. 2, 2. We need one more 1x3. Where is it hiding? All right, it's got to be in that big bucket. So I don't see it in any of these. All right, I guess it's not here. Yeah, I must have overlooked it in one of these other buckets. 1x4. Do you like that sound with the Legos crashing together? Not a bad sound. It's kind of like raindrops. All right, there it is. Finally. All right. We don't need that. 2, 2, 2. All right. Sorry. Just trying to get everything more on camera. I should have done that sooner. All right. Like little wings. All right. What next? Back. Yep. Back of that slope we were building before. We're now building behind that. And now we're creating some little steps there. If I'm doing this right. I think so. I think this is the back of the scooter. Like the seat's gonna go here and the wheel well's gonna go here. Those things we were calling wheel wells were actually this. Oh, I was wrong. And this part, oh my goodness, I was totally off. I can see it. It's right there. Those are those curved pieces. All right, whatever. I was just guessing, and I guessed wrong. All right. It looks like this is a 2, but they're looking for 3s. There's 3s. We need 2 of those. Yep, 3. And now, is that it? Yeah, that's it. Let's see if we find another one of those. Yep, right there. Okay, what next? Oh, this is cool. We're gonna connect them to the top of that. Look at that. Remember that little staircase we looked at? This is going to fit right on there. Cool. Very cool. Oddly satisfying. Boom. That's it. That's how you do it. All right. Okay. Right here. All right. What is this here? Is it like, does the seat lift up and there's like storage in there? All right, 3 times 1 by 2. 1, 2, 3. 2 go on the back. And then the other one goes to a totally different spot. Oh, I'm like breaking it. Trying to... why? This piece won't click onto this other piece. Should I just like try a different one? Let me try spinning it around. Okay, that worked. Okay. Okay. And the third one goes way up here. Kind of an odd spot, but okay. I guess we're building towards something. All right. I saw this piece before. That's not it. That's a cool piece, though. I haven't seen that. I don't recall seeing that piece before. That definitely looks like the seat is going to open up, like it's a hinge. It's going to hook onto that. Anyway, right now we're looking for these slanted pieces. They're like 1 by 2s, but they're slanted. I actually came across them by accident before. Yeah, here it is. Here's one of them. I need 2 of those. And then I need 2 2x4s, which there's one. There's another. All right. So these go at the front and the back. Not exactly the back. And not exactly the front for that matter. But you get the idea. These go on the front. Something's not right. All right. It just wasn't tight. I kind of tightened it up. Should be better now. Yeah, that trunk keeps getting deeper and deeper. Look at that. How deep that trunk is. It's a big trunk. All right. Next page. I don't know. How many pages are there? They're only on page 7. Is it going to go faster at the end? There's 60-something pages. We're only on page 7. That's not so good. Oh, by the way, those 2 pieces we took out last, out of curiosity, we need them the very next panel. All right, 2 1x6s. Those 2 and 2 1x6s. 1. These 2. So 1x4. Where was that 1x4 when I was looking for it? And here's another 1x4. Now it's like 1x4s everywhere. Now that I need a 1x6. When I needed the 1x4s, it was only 1x6s. I don't see the other one. Is it here? One of the other bags? Did I take it out? Unbelievable. All 1x4s now. All right, there's a 1x6. It's like in the corner. I should have spotted that sooner. Ooh, nice. Absolutely. The hinges, remember? We were talking about those hinges holding down the trunk. It's absolutely what these are going to do. They're going to allow the trunk to hinge. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it looks like to me. So we got this deep trunk, and at the front, we got two hinge type pieces. All right. For some blanks. The ones and blanks are like, these pieces barely exist. I don't even see them. By the way. It's tough to identify these black colored pieces because they don't reflect the light. It's kind of tough to even make them out. All right, there's one. Another one. Another one. And then a long version of that one. No, that's not a long version of that. In fact, it might even be in the big box. Just not sure how long it needs to be. A 4? I think it's a 4. Twice the size of this. This is a 2. It's twice the size of that on the picture. And it's no Legos on top. 1x4, one-sided piece. I don't see it. This is the only other area with the... No, it's got to be in the big bucket. I remember running into those pieces at the beginning. I don't know why I'm not seeing them now. Oh, or was it these pieces? Yeah. That's annoying enough. Don't see it here. Was it here and I just didn't see it? Yeah, got it. Okay. Okay. No, I need 2 of those. Well, if one was here, the other should be here, right? Yeah, there it is. So imagine that. All that time, there were 2 of them and I didn't find either. So this side, one side gets a piece with a dot and the other one gets a smooth piece. Not sure which one gets which. I think that's right. It looks good. Looks good so far. It'll twist the other piece into shape. There we go. What next? See-through red pieces? Like lights, right? Brake lights? I'll just get this piece down. Yeah, it goes here. All right. I didn't see any brake lights. Oh, how about that? There we go. going on? Apparently like tons of these brake light pieces, but none of them matching what I'm looking for. There it is, finally. All right, so we got the big one, a little one, and we need that one. Look at that. It looks like a 2x2, but there's a chunk cut out of it. All right, I think it could be in here. There we go. All right, now let's put these brakes on. All right, so first I build it like this. Like this. And once it's built, I put it on here. Like this. There we go. Brake light. Wow. We got a brake light on. And we're only on page 7. This is pretty rewarding. Wow. It feels pretty heavy. I think this is, despite my weird comments in the beginning, I think this is going to end up being a 5-star build. It's just, it's going pretty well. Pieces are easy to find. The build is sturdy. Well, failed that attempt. Oh, it's got to be in there. That's it. How many of those? 1, and then a 2x4. Ooh, we're off to a new build. Put that piece aside. We're doing something new. Looking for this like trapezoid piece. Not sure where to look for it. Is this it? Yeah, I need 2 of those. So the other one probably should be here. I mean, it's not crazy like a licensed property often is, but there's definitely a lot of custom pieces in here. Now, one of the pieces was in here. Is the other piece gonna not be here? Gonna be somewhere else? Looks like it. Looks like it. Gotta go somewhere else for that second piece. That's weird. You would think birds of a feather would flock together, but in this case they didn't. Oh, it's not here either. So maybe it was in that piece all along. It was in that box and I just wasn't seeing it. Yep, going back to check the big box again. Definitely need 2 of those pieces, huh? Oh, there it is. Just from the other angle, I just didn't recognize it. All right. What do you think we're building? This new section we started on. Not sure what it is. Huh. Well, it's something. I'm not sure what, but it's something. Nice. What is this piece? Oh, man. I thought it was like a double piece, but when I picked it up, it was only one. Another one of those blank 1x4s. But do we have another one? Is this even where we found it? I think we might have found it over here. Yeah. Yep. There we go. So the blank goes here. And another step up. And then blank out the front. Okay. That's not it. Some very strange piece they're looking for. I don't know if you can see it there. I think I have to twist it a little bit further down. Oh no, I don't have to. I just, where the book is, the camera was delayed a little. Is this it? Yeah, I think that's it. It's really hard to say, but I think that's it. And the next piece is going to be equally hard to say. It's a piece, though, I remember coming across before. I probably should have left it out here, but I didn't. This it. All right, so these going to hook together in some way. Yeah, definitely. That's a hinge. Well, it doesn't. Yeah, there we go. That's definitely a hinge. Okay. And what is that attached to? Here. There we go. Looks just like the picture, hinged down. All right. I got some funky little pieces coming up here. And they go right on top of this. Oh, man. Of course, you can't push on it. It's going to pop off. Should have had us put this on before we attached it. Anyway, there you go. And now that weird black piece, now we need 2 white pieces just like it. The black piece was in here, so I guess the white piece should be too. Actually, they're a little taller, these ones. They're the same idea, but they're taller. Well, it's going to attach somewhere, and it's going to hinge something. That's all I can tell you right now. Probably that seat. Well, I'll tell you, if that whole seat is going to rely on that hinge, it's going to be falling off. What? License plate? I didn't see any license plates. Oh, it's a sticker. I didn't see any stickers. Were there stickers in this book? Are there stickers in the back of this book? Where are there stickers? There's no stickers. Let me double check the box. Dude, there are no stickers in here. I don't know what they're talking about. Let me check the book again. Oh. Am I supposed to print out the stickers? I don't know. There's no stickers. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, license plate. Finally get it into the gray pieces. There it is. So this is actually, we're attaching the license plate to this hinge. I don't know why the license plate would need to hinge. But I'm going to, ooh, can't pick it up. You got to attach it down here. All right. That's apparently the license plate would go there if we had the sticker, but we don't. Oh, look at this. And now we have to attach this. We have to take this piece and we have to somehow attach it to this. Right here? Is that it? Just that little attachment? Well, that's not very sturdy, but I guess it will. I guess there'll be more pieces on the way. All right. There's a lot going on this next piece. Well, not that. Looking for something with a bulb on the end. And another hinge piece. Some funky pieces in here. I think that's the piece. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's it actually. I don't think that's it. I think it's literally got a sphere on the end. But let me pull out these weird pieces as I find them. As I come across them. Find it makes it sound like I was looking for it. Nope. Not finding anything here. All right. Let's go back to the big box. I just want to find something. All right, we found this. I found one of these. But were we really looking for this? Which one do they want? Not sure. I'll have to tell by how they put it in place. Still not sure. Well, as far as these two pieces, it's whichever one there's two of. There's two of these, so that must be it. I mean, we'll double check. when we apply it. We're not done. We still need this hinge piece and that like mace piece. I don't know. I don't see them. And this thing is too heavy. This glass makes it too heavy even to be doing this picking up like we keep doing. It doesn't make sense. All right, there's the sphere piece. I don't know if there's more than one, but there's one of them. And we still need that hinge piece. That's a common Lego piece. I've seen that in many builds, but I don't see it right now. Gonna have to watch some Lego build videos to learn the language. It's not it. I dropped a piece. Better get that before it becomes an issue. Alright, didn't bounce too far. It could have easily bounced far, but it didn't. Alright. I'm gonna have to sift through these pieces until we find the one we're looking for. Something about this like little buckets I can't see. Can't find the piece I'm looking for. Not there. Not there. Wow, seriously? So it's gotta be in the big bucket. I don't know if I was talking into the mic there. Oh, I was looking, I was off screen. You probably heard me looking, but I was off screen. I'm looking for a piece that's a small piece. It's a 1x2, but it has a hinge attached to it. I couldn't find it anywhere else. So it's gotta be in this big piece box. Even though that doesn't make sense. There it is. Yeah, it wasn't anywhere else, so 1x2 was in this big box. Okay. Okay. It's kind of like not a very strong build. We're attaching 2x3s by a single square. And then this goes on the end. That's weird. Doesn't even attach. How does this go here? Oh, I think it goes probably in here. Not really sure. They haven't really shown us where. Oh, we're supposed to build this 1, 2, 3 first. Okay. So let's do that. And then we attach it. It's still the same situation. We're attaching 2x3s by a single square. But I guess it'll be a single square at both ends when we're done. Alright. Look at how twisted that is. Okay, I fixed it. Right. Is that it? Is that like a little tail? Like, it would be a hitch on a car, but do scooters have hitches? All right, how does this attach? Like this. Yeah, there's a little, I don't know, looks like a hitch to me. And look, here's the hinge. Remember this trunk, seat trunk we were talking about? Well, it looks like it's going to hinge on that. All right, 2 times this piece. It's going to go right by that hitch. How though? Like this? Yep, that's it. So it kind of like supports that piece that I was saying was hanging by a thread or by a single circle. It's now got support, more support, a lot more, frankly. Wow, that looks pretty cool. All right, that's cool. All right, 4 of those single pieces. And 2 of these. Remember this from the very beginning? I grabbed the wrong piece. Well, it's finally time for that piece. 2 of them, in fact. And then 4 single white pieces with dots. Do I have any of those? I must, right? There's 1, 2. I don't know why. They're probably all in the same like section, but for some reason I don't think they are going to be all in the same section. So it makes sense that they would be. I don't think they are. All right, yeah, there's something over here. Yeah, there's another one. And there's another one. They came from 3. These 4 pieces came from 3 different bags. I mean, maybe I, used other versions of them at other times, and that's why. But anyway, all right. So we're gonna build something twice. Stack this onto this, and then do that again. Wow. All right, and where did this go? Kind of, I mean, I'm looking right at it, but it doesn't make sense. Like this. Yeah, like that, I guess. Kind of weird. But matches the picture. Time to turn the page. A lot of weird pieces in this little section. Like one of a kind type pieces. Oh, only one away from finding all those pieces. There it is. All right, what do we gotta do? No, that's not even the right piece. Funny thing is I saw the right piece and I thought, oh, there must be two of them. Okay, here it is. All right. Kind of doesn't fit. Looks like the right piece. So why doesn't it fit? I'm trying to get this circle piece. Is it the wrong circle piece? Got like one without such a big hole in the middle. Let me look. See if there's another circle piece. Well, there's like gray ones, but I need a black one as I understand. Check this place again. Well, that's the only candidate, so that's got to be it. But for some reason, it doesn't want to fit. Sorry, but I keep doing that off camera. These two pieces don't fit together. I gotta stop trying to make them fit. That's not correct either. That's another piece we didn't find. A little closer here. I remember seeing these pieces in the beginning, but I'm not seeing them now. Well, it's a little single piece with a grabber. There's a double piece with a grabber. We need a single. got to be in here. Don't see it. There's a single piece for the grabber, but it's in the wrong direction. Unbelievable. Oh, the pieces finally went together. I don't know what I was doing wrong before, but they finally go together. So now all I'm missing is that single square with the grabber. I could have swore I saw that piece in the beginning. Thought I saw it for a second. Oh no, that's not it. It's like, it looked like a single piece with something sticking out of it, but not what we were looking for. Alright, I'm taking a deep dive into these squares. It might be off camera for a second. Gotta find that piece. Well, we could move on without it and just hope that when we find it, we'll be able to get it in. By the way, I found it. The same second I was, saying what I would do if I didn't find it, I found it. Okay. Now, what the hell were we building this whole time? We're still working on it upside down. Doesn't fit. I don't know why we even put that circle on the back. All it does is cause this to not fit. Well, I can remove that circle that we couldn't get to fit in the back. Turns out not really supposed to be there. See the circle sticking out in the back? Makes it not fit. Well, maybe Maybe it's not supposed to fit. Okay, yeah. Good thing it didn't fit. It was the wrong spot. Alright, we're building something new again. Well, I see that I've kind of gone silent. This is why I need those reaction cards. Or someone to post something. You know what's good about stand-up comedians? They go out there and there's an audience, so they get feedback and they learn what works and what doesn't. I mean, they might bomb, but at least they learn. When you like doing it in a room by yourself, you can't really tell, especially if there's nobody there. And if you bomb, they don't come back. So it's much more difficult. So maybe people need to go out and do comedy clubs before they, till they learn, get a feel for what works. I forgot what piece I was looking for. Oh yeah, this was it. Okay. How did this go? Can't really tell. It's like all these dark pieces. Can't make out what they are. Kind of weird. Get the orientation correct. All right, we're building something new again. Always something. Not sure if I'm doing this right. But I think yes. Well, there was some weird piece that I thought I'd never find, and I looked in the box, and there it was. I mean, look at this piece. It's like a Lego with a circle on it. But it was just right there when I looked. And the piece that goes into it was also just right there. This is weird. Whatever we're building right now is weird, and I'm not sure that I'm doing it right. Wow. Something about it doesn't look right. It's like, this looks like it's at the back. Well, I can't really tell. So, at least the pieces aren't like piled high anymore. You can see what you're looking for. I mean, not always, but you can see a lot more pieces than in the beginning. Oh, does this go on here? I can't tell where this piece goes. All right. Yeah, that is weird. All right. Yeah. I think that's right, but I have no idea what I'm building. Gotta remember to keep this stuff where you can see it. That was the easier thing about the overhead view. It was easier to keep, like to know that I would like block out a space and I would know if I'm on this part of the table, then you could see it. But this camera's at an angle. No, can't make it any wider. And if I point it too far down, then it's like, well, that's what we were doing every other night. But anyway, hope that helps. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Look at this piece. It's going to bridge over those other pieces. That's cool. Now, where does this go? On the outside of it. So just kind of stick them on there. Is this part of the running boards or what is this? I guess we'll find out soon enough. And put that piece down. Starting something new. With 2 of these. That's how we're starting it. like that. I think that's what they're asking for. All right. I have no idea what's going on this page. It started off very simple with this, and now they're asking for to turn this around. I think put one piece here. And one piece here. But I'm not really sure that that's right, but that's what I think. I know I've become the silent builder here. Probably because it's late. All right, let's try to think what was in the news today. Oh, actually, it was terrible news today. It was a storm. Prayers to all the people affected by the storm in Florida. It's all getting kind of weird. This thing we're building, I don't know what we're building. But I'm happy to be on to some new pieces. See, look at these pieces. Definitely look interesting. Does it go on top of the other piece? Like that? Seems like it. And then this one, it's covering up this hollow. It makes me think I missed something. Oh, I did miss something. Actually, no, I didn't. It goes here. Probably missed something at some point. I'm not sure what to do about it. I'm just gonna plow forward. Gonna be pieces left at the end, probably. I wouldn't do that in real life, but it's just a Lego set. And it's getting late. That's pretty cool. Still don't know what it is, but it looks pretty cool. Maybe it's part of the like wheel well. Oh yeah, now we have to attach it. How do we do that? Like this? I'm not sure that's right. I think it's supposed to go further. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. So this is like the bottom, like the wheel is gonna come here. Yeah, the wheel is gonna attach somewhere around there. All right, put that down for a second. Start building again. Come on, I definitely saw the piece. There it is. All right. We still have 50 pages to go, but it seems like we're getting through the pieces. Like, what are we gonna do for the remaining 50? Like, this is all we got through. Like half the pieces in 15 pages. Like, what is the rest gonna do? Well, there are a lot of small pieces, and that could take time. Yeah, I think we're not gonna finish this tonight. I think we're gonna finish this tomorrow. Let me just go until this is all attached into something, because right now it's like 3 pieces, but I think it's going to be attached together soon. So let me just get to the point where it all attaches together, and then I'll sign off. Doesn't look right. All right, now it looks right. Triple blue. There you go. Okay. See-through gold pieces. I don't remember seeing them, but I guess we have them. I have orange pieces. Is that what they mean by gold? No, there's definitely some gold pieces as well, but not the ones I'm looking for. Let's look real quick. No, I don't see any transparent gold pieces, like at all. Maybe they mean these orange pieces, because if they don't, I don't have any other pieces. So this, in here it looks yellow. In reality, it looks orange. That's what we're going with. Meanwhile, we do have one yellow piece, so it's a little confusing, but sticking with that. All right. There we go. Oh, is that like a bump or like a light or something, right? Oh, I skipped a step. I was supposed to attach these two together. How though? Like this? No. Like this. That's it. Alright. Attach those two and then attach this to the back. Right, that's definitely looking like a wheel well. Alright. And now it's going to get attached to this whole piece. But I also have to bring in two apparently huge pieces. Yep, those are huge pieces, all right. There we go. Wow, this is definitely going to be a good spot to stop. I guess I'll be doing this tomorrow night as well. So here's the problem. These pieces don't stick here. They only stick once we attach them here, which I'm not sure exactly where. Oh, these go on second. All right. So we'll hold on to those for a second. Attach this one, making sure to leave open these pieces they show. I don't know why there's a recycle logo on that page. What are they trying to say? That probably means something in Lego assembly language, but I don't know what. I know computer assembly language, but not Lego assembly language. All right, we got everything together. All right, everything's in one piece. It's actually so we're working on this scooter. That's what we were working on yesterday. We're still working on it today. Got a lot of pieces in here and a lot of pieces in these buckets. All right. Let me get something better for that. All right. Same thing we had yesterday. To work. Actually, I need to play with this camera a little more. I need to get it more. I think I need it like over my shoulder, if that's possible. Not sure if I can even do that. Maybe down here. Tripod's about to break. Doesn't bend any further than I'm getting it to bend right now. Though it seems like it should. Maybe I'm supposed to have it facing the other way completely. Oh, it's starting to look a little better. Weird angle, but you do see a lot. Alright, see if I can get that higher up a little. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Yeah, my hands are on the screen. Alright, so where did we leave off yesterday? Well, it's gonna go, I just feel like if I keep lifting this, we're gonna end up like right back where we used to be when I had like the overhead camera. Alright. We should have marked where we ended yesterday. Oh, we did, it was here. I remember the license plate. I remember putting on the license plate, so we at least got this far. And then built that. Is that where we stopped? No. We built this. And then we combined it all together. I'm fairly certain that this is where we stopped because I remember putting these two pieces on. So that's where we stopped. Now, tires. Perfect. If we'd have turned one page yesterday, I would have like really been able to locate that. Anyway, it's nice to see we're starting with tires. But before we do that, we got to get into something. We got to start opening things because I'm like spending like several days on a single puzzle. I'm falling behind on some other things. So what we're going to do today, I got this game. It's the question game. Conversation starters to build stronger connections. So I'm going to attempt to connect to the audience. It's time to connect. So I'm going to open this up and we're going to take a look and maybe we're going to get some conversation started. So while I'm building, I have something to talk about and you guys can type in the chat as well. We can even do this as a call-in show, but if anyone wants to. All right, it's the question game. My copy showed up a little damaged. All right, there's the pack of cards. Tape around it. Not sure what that's the point of that is, but all right, let's pull some cards out, and then the tape will hopefully be easier to deal with. I kept them separate in case the order matters. What do you think of this artwork? It's basically yellow with black writing, and then on the other side, it's just text. So that's all that's going on there. It's not much going on, basically. So I'm just going to drop these in here and back into the container where they came from. And I'm going to pull, well, how about that? I slanted them a little bit. That's pretty cool. So I'm going to pull out those and create some questions to answer. But before I do that, I have another product to open. Wooden card holders. The curved design keeps the cards visible only to you. Organize and read your cards quickly. Reduce finger joint fatigue. Set of 4 wooden racks. by opening this now, we can display those cards in it. Though I also have a whiteboard back there. We could write on the whiteboard. So, wow. So I'm gonna get these out of here. Let me open the other end and push them out. There we go. So there's like 4 racks here. I don't think I need 4 racks. I think I probably get by with 1 rack. Well, we know where the others are if we need them. All right, so here's the wooden card holder. I like it. It's got a curve to it. All right, so let's pick out the first card and let's stick it in the card holder. So, wow, that's an interesting first card. They're trying to get me in trouble. What is your favorite conspiracy theory? Oh my goodness, I can't believe this is the first card out of the deck. I'm not even sure if I should give an honest answer. But they put that card first. Or is this deck really exist? Because look, there's no artwork on it. This easily could be a deck just sent to me so I can answer these questions, and they sent it in a damaged box, so I'll believe it. So that's my conspiracy theory. My conspiracy theory is that they sent me this review products program despite the fact that I have 0 audience, because really they just wanted to send me this card deck so I'll answer these questions and then they'll know everything about me. That's a conspiracy theory, but that's not my favorite conspiracy theory. I think I'm going to come up with a better favorite conspiracy theory. You know what? I probably could do, oh my goodness, several of them. Let me do like 5 of them, and then let me pick one. Which one's my favorite? So I'll pick one that's very mainstream these days, but I think it has deeper implications than the mainstream version of it. So the mainstream version of it, this is basically, you know, you see a lot of this on the Ancient Aliens show. It's like someone was before us. There was some society before us. So it's the Ancient Aliens is kind of like a whitewash in my opinion, because it's like to say that who was before you was aliens. Do you see the problem with that? First of all, do you think it was aliens? Is that what you think? If that's what you think, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right, and you know, maybe that's like the best case scenario. But there's other scenarios. Another popular one used to be that, oh, there was like nuclear war, and there used to be a much more advanced society, but now we've had nukes, and we're sort of washed back to the beginning, and we're doing it all over again. Like I think Einstein said, like, you know, I don't know what weapon they'll use for World War III, but World War IV will be sticks and stones. Something like that. But again, another whitewash. The real, you know, version of that, I think the closest one you might find in the mainstream is Halo. Because in Halo, the Forerunners came before you, and the reason they don't exist anymore is because of annihilation. And by the way, let me remind you that you all saw me open the plastic and keep these cards in order, so I didn't prompt this question, it just showed up. So in Halo, the Forerunners created these halos, which were like this, you know, circuit of rings that basically killed everything. And the reason it killed everything was that everything was considered food source for the flood, and the flood was these like little poppers that created zombies out of people, or really any sort of organic thing that was big enough to host the flood. So like, just side note here, in the game, the hunters don't become flood, even though they're like the biggest characters in the game, because because the way the hunters work, they're like a biomass, and there's like 1,000 little worms inside one suit. So that doesn't work for the flood, because they would only inhibit like one worm at a time. Like let's say they had 10 worms. Well, that's not enough to control the suit. You need like 1,000 worms. So the hunters were not susceptible to the flood. All right. I'm trying to do this puzzle while I'm talking. But the reason why I say that even that is a whitewash is because it makes it like, oh, there was like a pandemic. The pandemic was the flood. And therefore, to stop them, we had to get rid of all the food. And the food just happened to be people. That's what it is in Halo. But what if it wasn't what if it wasn't done to fight the flood? What if it was done for another reason? Whatever that, and the reason is conquest. Someone just won World War III. Sort of like the ending to the original Game of Thrones, like not the very ending, but the original plan where the lady comes in with the dragons and she just like burns everybody. Like, okay, well, that's one way to like win a war, to just like burn everything down. It's not really like, doesn't really make sense. If you think about it, you're like starting from scratch. It's not only that you're cheating like the rules of war. They say all's fair in love and war, but you're cheating like any sense of winning the war. You didn't win the war. I mean, you like sacrificed society to be in charge. Now, what really happened? Maybe nothing. Maybe nothing really happened. But if there was a society before us, I think Joe Rogan's theory was, and I got this from his old stand-up, not from his current, like I'm not really even familiar with what he currently does. By the way, are there different sizes of these sticks? There's no way this is the right amount of stick. Look how long that is. I gotta find a shorter one. There's no way this tire needs that much stick. So Joe Rogan's theory was basically, if you're familiar with the movie Idiocracy, yeah, that's the right size stick. So in the movie Idiocracy, the stupid people procreate quicker than the smart people, because the smart people, they're like trying to build their careers and do everything that the world has sold to them, whereas the stupid people, they're at their sort of base biological programming, and they're just like replicating faster and faster than everyone else. So that's the Idiocracy's theory on how there was all right, so there's another one. There's another answer to that question. And actually, I've been watching these videos lately on YouTube, which is, if you want to go back to the other conspiracy theory about how did they know to ask me that card, well, I've been watching those videos on YouTube. It's called, the usual word they use for it is Tartarians, which is funny because in Game of Thrones they're called Targaryens. So that would almost be a tip-off, like, so the Targaryens in Game of Thrones burnt the whole thing down to control it. But that's not actually matching the theory. Because in the theory, the Tartarians were the ones wiped off the map. Like, they built a bunch of cities, and now they're gone, and only their buildings are left. But I think that that's not... My sort of pet theory is that that's not it either. And it could be... Okay, I didn't tell you about the evidence yet. So the evidence is there's all these videos of World's Fairs around the late 19th century with all these buildings in them that don't seem to exist anymore, except that some of them do. And the ones that don't exist anymore, they say, oh, they were just like made out of wood and they just tore them down when they were done with them. Like they built all these buildings for the World's Fair and then they tore them down. Except that some of the buildings still do exist and they're made of stone. But the ones that they're claiming were wood and torn down, they look the same as the ones that are now stone. So where did those buildings go? That's what the sort of Tartarian, theory is. And there's a bunch of old maps that show Russia being called like Tartar. It's basically like Mongols kind of area, but anyway. But my pet theory is that the buildings were not there anyway. And my sort of evidence for this, which is not real evidence, it's conspiracy, theorizing. My sort of evidence of this is this happens every time there's new technology. So there's new photograph technology. So like the first thing people do with that technology is they figure out how to like doctor photographs and make people think there's stuff that there isn't really there. So that's kind of what I think, is that it's not that they tore down all those buildings, it's that those buildings were never there in the first place. That's what I think. I shouldn't say that's what I think. That's my sort of theory to that, is that, well, they were never there in the first place. It'd like be nice if they were, but they weren't. So this doesn't fit. Like there's a circle here. They show this tire getting attached here, and there's a circle in there. So I'm assuming that this pipe goes into this circle, though they don't show that connection. But when I try to get it in there, it just doesn't, the angle is not possible to get. So is my circle in the wrong spot? Let me take a look, see if I can find out. Or does it attach to something other than the circle? Well, I gotta find what page had that circle. It was quite recent. Here it is. All right, let's check the spot. That's in the correct. Yeah, that's in the correct spot. I mean, you can't really tell for sure, but that's as close. It's in basically the right spot as far as I can tell. So why doesn't it fit? Let me look from up top here. Now, look at this. It's no way. Oh, it doesn't go there. It goes here. Because when you line it up, that little grabber piece, it lines up perfectly. So that has to be where it goes. So it goes in the little grabber. But how? Do we click down from the top? Or do we slide from the side? Let me try the click down. I'm worried that I'm going to click too hard and start knocking pieces out. All right, that didn't work. Let's try sliding from the side. Maybe it doesn't go here either. I'm going to hit refresh on my computer because it's still this like low resolution thing. And I'm wondering, yeah, now it's sharp. Okay, that's great. So you're seeing sharp picture. So I think it attaches to this, but I can't get it to fit. Oh, there's a third option. Here is a circle. That's where it goes. Oh my goodness. Look at this. They got a grabber here, a circle here, and a pipe here, and it attaches to the pipe. Why would they put like 3 receivers right next to each other and not show you in the picture which one it's going to go to? All right. So the photography on the Tartarian photography, basically the World's Fair, People are saying, oh, these are Tartar building, Tartar architecture. It actually reminds me a lot of the book Electromagnet, because they talk about how the old buildings worked with the Earth's like natural resources to create like power and communication lines. Oh, that's another theory. I have a conspiracy theories that don't even like exist. That you can't even find some of these on the conspiracy boards. Here's one of them that I have. Is do you really think that they pull oil out of the ground and refine it and turn it into gas? Because I've read articles about how seawater can be refined into gas, and they have all these like drilling stations out in the sea, and it's like, well, why? If and then they'll say like, oh, they retired it because there's no more oil there. But then I read other articles that say they can turn seawater into gas by refining it, and I think, I don't know, like, why would they, like, why would they do this? And I don't know. I don't want to say that I believe in that one, but I wonder about that one. Like, there's magnetic generators for sale in Australia, but it's a conspiracy theory if you talk about it in America. There's articles, scholarly articles talking about refining seawater into something that can power your car, but it's like nobody does that. Instead, we're putting like batteries in the car. Like, I don't know. It's like you read an article and it says something can be done, but then you read the business page and it's like a totally different story. I feel like the business pages are, and by the way, when I say business, it also includes like politics, anything mainstream. It's like anything mainstream, they like, they just have their own set of like information. And it's like nothing exists until they say it exists. And I know of this firsthand because, as you see on my YouTube page, I built a full text indexer before Google. And I built, or at least designed on a computer, before Apple, a iPhone. And I don't have like anything. So, I know that this is the case. It's like, and you might say, oh, you didn't do a good job of marketing it. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. But regardless of that or not, the truth of the matter is the news doesn't know about it until someone tells them. The investors don't know about it until someone writes a report. So you could build something like there's that Florida Coral Castle, and they speculate on what energy source that guy used, how he moved the rocks. But the fact of the matter is, he moved them. And he didn't tell anybody how he did it, and nobody wrote articles about it, so it's like it doesn't exist. Like, there it is, you can see evidence from it, but there's no business application of it. You can't invest in it. There's no company that's doing it. So it basically doesn't exist. And there could be a lot of things like this. You're not talking to people in person. You're not going out and traveling the world and seeing how ancient cultures did stuff. If you only know from the TV, then you only know people who write public relations articles and distribute them to the TV people so they'll tell you. And they're only telling you stuff that they're trying to sell. If they've got something and they keep it a secret and it creates a competitive advantage to them, they have no reason to tell it to you. I mean, this is just logic. I'm not saying it like a conspiracy theory. It's just logical. Like, the telephone supposedly was invented, I think, guy right here on Staten Island with me. It was, who was it? Mayuchi, I think was his name. And he didn't tell anybody. And that's part of like mainstream history. And like then some guy across the water in Jersey, Bell, invented the same thing like 30 years later, and he got credit. And people were like, well, why didn't Mayuchi tell anyone he'd invented the telephone? And I don't know the full story, but my sort of speculation is, well, he probably had more advantage keeping it to himself. I mean, right? Isn't that how it works? I mean, he was roommates with a guy who, like, unified Italy, because Italy wasn't a country. You may not realize this, but it wasn't like a country back then. And so I don't know where he was installing these telephones. I don't know what he was using them for. I'm sorry, radios and telephones. So if you've got a radio, you've got an ability to talk, especially like Bell was in Jersey and Mayuchi was in Staten Island. So you've got an ability to talk to people across the water when everyone else has to take a ferry. What can you use that for? And is that more valuable than selling a bunch of transistor radios? I mean, there's this concept of consumer grade, consumer products. Yeah, consumer products. The military may have that product 50 years ago, and only, DARPA may have that product, but they're not selling it to you. You don't know about it. Jim Cramer is not going to talk about it until it's already useless. If they're selling it to you, there's already no advantage to it. They wouldn't sell something that they could use themselves. Once in a while someone invents something on their own. And actually that probably happens a lot. In fact, that might happen so much that, those people have been robbed by the other big people. I don't want to get too much into speculation. I feel like this was a really bad question they put first, this conspiracy theory. I might already have lost my YouTube channel because of that question. Anyway, none of those are theories. None of those are things I'm claiming I have evidence on. Those are all just things that make sense to me. Like, you've got a product. Do you first rush to market to sell it to other people? Or do you first think, well, I have a product that the rest of the world doesn't have. How might I use it to my advantage? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I wasn't there. I didn't see anything. I don't know nothing. Except that the guy was right here, exactly where I live. But, I don't know anything. All right, let's get the next question. That was the worst possible ever first question. All right, what makes your life complicated? All right, so my original theory that this deck was stacked to get me in trouble is clearly the case. Because the second question is, what makes your life complicated? I mean, come on. Someone seeded this deck. It's like, why should anything make your life complicated? Why do you have to even answer that question? It's like when you're in an interview and they say name one of your flaws, and you say you're a perfectionist. What makes my life complicated? This question, people asking you shit like that, what makes it complicated? It's not complicated. Is life complicated? How is your life complicated? You tell me. You go first, little yellow card, and then you tell me how it's complicated, and then perhaps I'll answer second. I'm not sure where this goes. Like this? Doesn't look right. This is not the right piece. It looks like it, but it's not the right piece. We need it's only one hump, but it doesn't go long enough. This one is one hump and it's longer. I don't know why I decided to call them humps, steps. It's one step, but it's longer. All right, that's the correct piece. There we go. And then this one goes right next to it. And that looks like it's ready to connect to something. What makes your life complicated? What, there's an assumption in that. What's your favorite conspiracy theory? That's what's your favorite ice cream? What makes your life complicated? There's an assumption that your life is complicated. And if you did have something that made your life complicated, you would stop doing it. So hopefully by the time you encounter this question in this game, it's already stopped. Let's say someone had a drug problem and it was complicating their life. Well, hopefully they stopped doing it. And now their life's not so complicated anymore. Let me see if I could try to think of something. Let's look at the positive way. Let's think like, okay, you're going to answer what makes your life complicated, and then someone's going to invent a product that makes that thing not be complicated, and everybody's going to win. So let me think. Well, if you asked me that 2 years ago, I would say commuting to work makes my life complicated. But nobody does that anymore. Well, I shouldn't say that. A lot of people still do. And in fact, my company still does a certain amount of days per month or per week or whatever. So that was a complication, like unnecessary wasting of like 4 hours per day. I mean, you could get some stuff done while you're commuting, but really, I felt like was unnecessarily complicating things. Like you want work done, or you want people to go to, Manhattan and spend time and money there. I have to keep picking this up because when you work with these black pieces, they're so dark that from distance, I can't see what they're supposed to look like. I have to look like real close. The blue pieces I can see fine, the white piece I can see fine, but the black piece is tough to see from distance. All right, another one of these pipes. So probably it's going to attach here, right? Makes sense. All right. And again, I got to pick it up to see what the hell it's showing. All right. Back line. Front line. And what I'm worried about is this little, see this little thing sticking out? Where does that stick out? I think I've got it right, but it's a little tricky. All right, more of these pipes. There's several types of these pipes. Like this one, there's another one that has the middle here. See, this is the one with the middle. Like one has the ends like a telescope and one has the middle. And then another one of these little blank pieces, which are like some silly little pieces, but I guess they don't want it to look like a Lego on the outside. They want it to look like nice when it's done. So they put pieces on the outside that don't have Lego. Don't have like, you know what I mean. Don't have those little Lego dots on them. All right, I gotta find that piece. The black pieces are also hard to find because there's like no light. Especially a little single piece. So I'll just chat while I'm looking through this box. Oh, the complicated life thing. Did I finish answering that question? I think I should grab another question. There's definitely some things I could say that could be interesting if they ask the right question, but I'll wait for the question to come up because we can go through this whole box over the different days of doing these installs. I don't need to like rush things. Oh my goodness, I just dropped a piece. I think it was like a small piece that's not going to matter too much, but let me see if I grab it before I forget that I dropped it. Got it. Yeah, this piece probably wouldn't have mattered. And I did not find the piece I'm looking for. So I'm going to keep looking. Nope. Not it. Nope. Wow, so many almost pieces. Look at that. That's another almost piece. They're all like so close, but they're not what we're looking for. I think here's another one. Like a lot of these singles. but not with the flat side that we're looking for. Black, single, flat outside. Can't find it. Wait, where is it in my hand right now? Nope, that's another slanty piece. You know what? I think I was reading this wrong. I think it's not flat on top. I think there's a circle on top. Yeah, there's a circle on top. All right, I was looking for a piece that didn't exist, which explains why I didn't find it. All right, what do I do here? All right. All right, this piece goes here. Gotta keep it on camera. And this piece goes here. All right, what else? Now, all those almost pieces we were finding. Well, it's time for them to do their jobs. Is that it? Not sure. No, that's not right. Yeah. Nope, that's not it. That's it. All right, what do we do with these pieces? All right. This one goes back here. That thing just fell out. Goes back here. Goes up here. This one goes over here. And then this one goes, it doesn't look right. Maybe like this. Did I put this piece in backwards? You know, it fell out. Probably when I picked it up, I put it back in backwards. There we go. Sure doesn't look right. Oh, we need to attach it to this piece, I think. How, though? Like this? Yeah, no, it looks right. So it was time to attach these two pieces. And that obviously is going to go on the other end of this. But let's wait for them to tell us. So we'll just put that aside and move on to the blue pieces. This looks just like what we built on the other side. Oh, well, that's not it. Okay. And this. All right. I should pull out another one of those chatty Kathy cards. Man. Okay, here it is. Right. Oh, the complicated one. I never answered that, did I? So the commuting thing is no longer a complication. So what's the next complication? Let me think about it. It's hard to say because there's a lot of stuff that I feel like, first of all, does anyone know what this symbol is? This like recycle symbol? Why did they put that there? Oh, it means flip it around. Okay, flip it around. Like, all right, I flipped it around. Now what? Okay, let's get this orientation and then flip it around. All right, that kind of looks right. And then what? The 3. That doesn't look right. It shows the 3 here, but it doesn't feel right to me because it leaves this open. And then the 2 is here. Well, I'm just going to do, like, it doesn't look like it's lined up here, but when I put this in, it's going to be lined up. No, it's not. It's not lined up. Okay, good. All right, so it looks like the picture. All right. So much easier now that we're back to the blue pieces. I have to remember that when I'm buying Legos. Don't buy ones with tons of black pieces because it's impossible to see the black pieces. Like, you can't see them on the instructions. You can't see them in the box. They're just... I know I have the same issue. My dog has a black fur, and it's like you can't see her in the pictures. It's like light. Well, you know what? Black absorbs all the other colors. I think I heard something like that somewhere. So that might be the issue. Basically, the light needs to reflect back for you to be able to make sense out of it. And I guess the color black doesn't do that. I'm not sure which way this goes. All right, let me take a closer look here. I know I'm doing this a lot. All right. Looks like the kind of meet in the middle, but not completely. I think this goes here. I think. And then this goes here. But then what doesn't make sense to me is this piece. It would make sense if they put it here, but they don't. They put it like, I think, here. No. I think this piece doesn't go there. And let me take another look at this. I think it's the previous one that I messed up. Let's look at it from the back. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this whole thing, this whole section. I think we did the same thing yesterday, right? I had to redo this whole section. Something about this is a little tricky. You can't really see what you're doing. Oh man, you can't even get that piece off, even using the tool. All right, so we're gonna redo this entire section. Okay. I think I know what the problem was. We put it like this, and we're supposed to put it like this. Slight, subtle difference, but it screwed up everything else. All right, now everything looks totally different. Yeah, we're cruising now. Everything makes sense. All right. Yep. Okay. Almost. All right, now that makes sense. Looks like the picture. We're good. All right. One more of these. And one. This other one maybe is in here. Oh my goodness. We still didn't think of what makes life complicated. What complicates life? You know, it's hard to say. I mean, like, for example, everybody has to poop. But, like, I wouldn't say that that's complicating life. I mean, if you didn't poop, where would all the food go that you ate? You would have to like sweat it out or throw it up or something. I think there are animals who throw up instead of pooping, but so that's that doesn't count as a complication. I mean, that's like just is what it is. So I'm still trying to think of what's a complication. What complicates life? Let's go through everything that life is. And, right, so you get up, you live your life, you go back to sleep. All right. It's going to be one of those things in between the two sleeping. All right, let's think about this. By the way, it's just broke in my hands. We got to redo the whole thing now. Because, I don't remember how it went, so we got to redo the whole thing. All right. Start back here again. Oh my goodness. I gotta take everything apart. Otherwise, it's like, wow. This like little nothing section is wasting all of our time. All right, one more time. Put these two together. Well, at present, these Legos are complicating my life. Spin it around. No, wait a second. Did I mess up the first part again? I gotta look really closely at this. All right. It goes in front. The top one goes in front. So there we go. In front. All right, spin it around. The 3 goes over here. The 2 goes over here. Looks right. Spin it around again. The single goes on the corner, and these 2 pieces go on level with it. All right. So far, so good. Where the hell does this piece go? All right, let's do the piece we know first. We know the triangle. We know the 3, the L, whatever you want to call it. We know it goes there. Now, once that's there, we should be able to find this piece here, right? I think so. I think that's right. Now, when we do that, everything starts falling apart. Because for some reason, we're creating pressure in the wrong direction. Hopefully, these next pieces lock it on. All right, they will. Getting 3 of these pieces. That's definitely going to do something. I mean, it wouldn't be in the instructions if it didn't do something, right? So, all right. So, the way this goes is one of these pieces goes here, and the other 2 go here and here. Am I doing this on camera? And then this one goes here. Now we start putting on those face pieces, which I have one here. Grab one here. I call them face pieces because they're smooth. They're gonna be, oh, that's not correct. All right, we need a 2, not a 3. All right, there's a 2. Okay. So they're smooth. They're the outer face of the vehicle. That's why I call them face pieces. In another situation, I might give them a different name, but that's what I call them now. All right. Oh, still not doing the tire yet, but we're getting closer. So go here and snap this together. Is it flush or does it go down a little bit? Things like this. I probably can tell by looking at the other side. Yeah. What about my tire there? All right, put the tire back on. I think we're going to be locking the tire in soon. All right, put this aside. grab a 2x4, a Lego 2x4, a square, and put it in the middle. Yeah, we did this on the other side. This would have went quicker if we did it last night, because I'd be doing it right after. I'd be doing it like twice in a row, one right after another, but of course I split and ended the stream exactly when we were reaching that point. So now I gotta do it without remembering, which obviously it takes longer that way. So that was a complication that I didn't read ahead. If I'd read ahead, I'd have stuck with this a few more minutes last night. But I didn't, so is what it is. All right, is this the piece? I think it is. Yeah, this is the piece. All right. Now, this sign, flip it over. And get a 1 and an L. Where is it? Oh, there we go. One of these, one of those. No, two of these. All right, 2 of these. I don't know, what do we got to do with it? What do we got to do with that? Okay. It doesn't look like if I put it here, it's going to leave a space. It's going to leave an empty space there. So that doesn't seem right to me. Oh, no. Back here? Let me take another look there. Okay. I think I got it. So, like that. And then like that. And then like this. Yeah, that's weird. It has empty space in the middle. But I guess that's right. I mean, I guess. I'm just looking at the instructions. I don't have a better idea, so I guess that's right. There we go. Oh, I definitely remember doing this yesterday. That's not even the... Is that... The piece looks right, but when it gets installed, it looks smooth. Look at this, and look at this. How do we achieve that? Oh, I know how. Like this. Is that the right height, though? Like this, maybe. All right, I think that's right. All right. Somehow, the way I had this set up yesterday, I didn't have to keep picking up the book. I could just like look at it and read it. But apparently that's not the case today. This doesn't even look right. Because there's nothing to click that onto. So something went wrong. Yeah, something's not right here. I'm not sure how far we gotta go back to make it right. Well, I'm just gonna take the whole thing apart. mean, it's not right anyway. Can't get a hold of that piece. Dots like in the way. All right, that worked. All right. Same thing here. Okay. All right. Let's redo it. Two, one. I remember this. I had a tough time making this happen. Am I like skipping something? It just doesn't look anything like this. Like if you look here, it shows the circle on the end, but that's not here. This is on the end, and it comes from this piece. So, definitely a problem there. Let me look close again. All right, it's supposed to snake through from the top. Now it looks right. Oh, did I have it backwards the whole time? So basically I just needed to flip it over. Now it looks right. So why wasn't that obvious last time? Well, whatever. Now it works. Now everything is going to make more sense now. Hopefully. All right. Now, where were those pieces I was supposed to be up to? Actually, it was just one piece. This one. All right, now it looks right. Now everything looks right. Oh, and now we have to put like some brake lights on or something. I remember doing this last night. I don't know why I'm messing with the camera angle again. It's like when I do the overhead, I get the most view, but I feel like that doesn't match like reality. Like it should be more like, I shouldn't mess with this too much because it's attached to the internet. I don't want to conk out the internet. Because I'm doing Ethernet tonight, not the wireless. So if I twist that thing too much, knock the cable out and the stream will end. Oh, wireless. It's complicates things. Like people were fine with like, okay, I guess it doesn't totally complicate things, but it does sometimes. Like let me not vote for wireless complicating things. In this particular issue, it's complicating it. It definitely complicates security, but what are you gonna do? Um, you need it, right? All right. Computers. Do computers complicate things or do they make things easier? I'll tell you, how was your life before computers? More or less complicated? I'll tell you, it's really a lot of complications with computers. Security is a complication. Nothing secure with computers. Um, Entering the data is a complication. It's an abstraction. Um, I know the computers do a lot of good. Oh, they've ruined sports. I mean, computers just destroyed sports. There's no reason to even watch anymore. All that analytics and all that like science put into sports, it makes it stupid. It makes it no point to watching. It might as well be a video game. Yeah, computers really make your life complicated. Also, you always can find problems with computers. Like before there were computers, like people were like, "Oh, it's just a typo," or "Oh, this paper's in the wrong like order." Now with computers, everything people are like obsessing over. They used to call it petty perfect when I was a kid. It's like you're you're missing the forest for the trees or something like that. That happens all the times with computers. People will like, you know, really want to like discuss something that they never would have even noticed if not for computers, and they're wasting everyone's time because they think they've like cracked the case. No, all you did was look at something on a computer. You didn't crack anything. Okay. All right, we went ahead and built this break thing without first doing this attachment. um so I have two pieces here and I have to somehow attach them. um I have to attach them like this because I see the flat side. So I guess it goes like, yes, and also the gray is over here. I'm just trying to find the attachment point. I think it's right here. Yeah, that's it. There we go. So we attach them. And now that they're attached, we put the brakes on. Just trying to see how those brakes actually go on. Like this, it looks like. Yeah. So this is going to go behind the other tire. Okay, that's my answer. What complicates your life? Computers. I know that it's like not totally, because you could say, well, you're like streaming right now. Yeah, there's nobody on this stream. Yeah, I mean, like nobody's like ever on this stream. I'm just like talking to myself every night. So like maybe I used to go and talk to people who were like annoying, like playing pool in my friend's basement. And yes, it was like very annoying at times, but at least it was something. I was like, we were watching TV and shooting pool and discussing whatever. And when I was a kid, we discussed around the fire. Whereas the computer, you see all this potential and none of it ever realizes itself. I can't tell you how many things I've attempted on the computer and nothing has ever come of any of it. Like this live stream has no views. I have a fitness series that has no views. I have I've spent like a decade making comic books that no one will ever read. It's like computers have come with all this like potential, like, oh, create a YouTube channel and you'll make like 800K per day, or like do this and you'll reach people around the world. None of it ever happens. None of it. It's like when they used to tell people to go to California and to go and they would like dig in some rocks and they would find gold. The only thing that ever happened with the people selling passage to California or the people selling like the mining tools, those people were getting rich. But the miners, the people who actually went there, they just got herded into California. They didn't get, they never found any gold. They never found anything. They're probably, you know. So I think that computers is like, in our, lifetime, computers is like what gold was to our grandparents. It's like something that you thought was going to be there, and it was nothing ever. It was never there. It was fool's gold, or whatever you want to call it. All right, this piece detached, so I have to try to figure out how to reattach it by looking at the other side. So it looks like if I imagine this piece, I don't have to imagine it, I'm holding it. And I'll tell you, it doesn't line up. Like this one's a single and this one's a double. How is that possible? Well, I guess it's a little bit different on the inside or the outside, but let me at least try to, okay, so it should be something like that. So this flat side goes down. Nope, not on this side. All right, let's look at the picture. Maybe that'll help us. Oh, I think it's like this. I had it facing the wrong way. I think this is the way it goes. But how low does it go? I think that's it. All right, we got it. And now they're going to give us those two pieces like before, right? Like last night. Let's turn the page and see if we need those two pieces. Yep, there they are. There's the two pieces, and there they are. So we attach them. Just kind of make sure I'm attaching it correctly. All right, the dot goes there. And on this one, the dot goes here. So we built the back of the scooter. There it is. The back wheel is in place. We did something. I built a unicycle at this point. All right, let's celebrate with another question. 73 minutes ago. All right. Oh, we're supposed to look at more. All right, let's take a break. Let's not do the question. Let's look at another product. Game Mini, best gift for children. I'll be the judge of that. 3+. I got a feeling it's going to need batteries. I'm going to have to run and get batteries. Yeah. Wow. I'm going to tell you, it doesn't look very impressive so far. It was just sitting in that plastic. It's light as a feather. Alright, let's see what's going on here. I mean, this thing's going to make me waste batteries. Okay, 2 AA's. I should keep 2 AA's at this table. Alright, let me take a real quick break to get 2 AA's. And then, after I'm done demoing this, I'll take them out and keep them at the desk. They're not staying in that thing. Check it, and my stream is still going on. I need to get 2 AA's. Okay, so get the Amazon warehouse now. Why can't it just get to me by Sunday? I don't know, but what's wrong with Monday? Well, Sunday I have more time to set it up. Well, it's Monday, so isn't that you? See, last time I was going to do this thing, I had the 2 AA's ready to go, and then I didn't need them. Now I need to have them ready. Now I need them. Now my stream is like, yeah. But I'm going to head right back to it. Right. I got 4 AA's, because there wasn't 2. There's 4, but good. Good to have extra. Alright, I'm back. I got 4 AA's. It's even better than 2 AA's. All right. Actually, is that better? Now I gotta like store them. All right. Wait, did I get the right size? AA? I was just kind of a guess that it was AA. Let's see. All right. Get the batteries in there. Let's see what this game's all about. Yeah, AA. It says it right there. Oh. It's already turned on. All right, I turned it off. As soon as I put the batteries in, it was turned on. All right, now let's turn it on. Am I playing or what? Oh, is this Tetris? Well, this is the worst version of Tetris I've ever played. Wow. The piece just changed. So the pieces change? You hit rotate and the pieces change. Why the hell do the pieces change? I just want to rotate them. It changes the whole piece instead of rotating it. Wow. It shows a camera, a USB, a processor, music, game, video. None of these buttons work, by the way. As far as I can tell, it just plays Tetris. "23 options." How do you get to those options? Let's reset again. SP button. Let's see what that does. Doesn't do anything really. I think it turned the sound off. Turn the music off anyway. Let's reset again. 5. Oh, there was something different. Brick breaker. Yeah, start that. Where's the start button? I want to play brick breaker. So there's a choices. How do I engage those choices? Every button. SP. All right, I'm playing a different game now, but it's not that much different. I want to get something that's completely different. I want to lose the brick breaker at one point. All right, there's the brick breaker. SP. All right. All right, there's brick breaker at least. I gotta tell you, I've played some others of these that are like so good. And this one, I'm just like, I'm taking the batteries out. We're done with this one. Wow, that didn't entertain me for a second. Now, let me tell you something. I played some Tad Toy. I played it for like an hour. It was called Tad Toy. I played it and it was like this, but it was like twice as heavy. But really, it was like an SNES in a Game Boy body. So Tad Toy. So the Tad Toy was really good. This one, wow. It didn't even do a good job of Tetris. And everything was so bad. Alright, but I made a video so I can clip that tomorrow and do something with it. All right, let's get back to building the scooter. All right. Phase 2. And it shows open bag 2. But if you remember, from the first page, it said the bags don't mean anything. The numbered bags have no bearing on order of build. Meanwhile, when we get to this page, 24, it says open bag 2. By the way, there's like 60 pages in this. 63 pages. Is it really going to go on for that long? Because I feel like I'm already done. Anyway, 4 of these and 1 of those. All right, that has, that's that. All right, 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sounds easy enough, right? Put them in the corners. Wait. That's not that easy. Which direction out of the corners? All right. Think like this, right? All right, so that toy, man, that was crap. But there are other ones that are good. I played another one. It's a good thing I did that one. It was the entire stream, and it was a good hour. It's called Tad Toy, but this one right here was complete garbage. I don't know what they're thinking there. All right, 2 of these. There's 1 of them there. Where's the second one? Yeah, the second one's over here. All right. How do we attach these? Like this. I think this is the seat, maybe? Is that what we're doing here? And then we're going to connect it to the hinges, probably. All right, is that correct? Not sure, but I guess we'll find out. Let me take that piece out at some point. My son is imitating a video game character. If you hear some weird sound in the background, it's a character heavy gaming from TF2. I don't see this piece. So let's just see if that even makes sense. Yeah, it does. Makes sense. Their orientation is here, though I don't think it really matters that much. Anyway, let's find that one piece. There it is. I don't think this thing is helping. I'm like constantly having to pick it up. So it's not really helping. All right, let's get a card up there. We got to talk about something else. All right, what do you value that you would never let anyone change your mind on? There could be, I mean, there's probably more than one thing, but I think my Christian faith, I think, is the easy answer to that. There's not really much to discuss. It would be, I've been on chat forums where people were like actively trying to get people to lose their faith. And I thought that was really strange. And by the way, am I wrong about this? Does it seem like they only do that to Christians? Like, it seems like other faiths, like if you say anything, it's considered like you did something very offensive. But people like attack the Christian faith all the time. But maybe it seems like that from every, maybe everyone thinks their religion is the one that's being attacked and everyone else has it easy. So I don't want to assume that that's like even true, like how I feel about that, because, it's probably, like I said, a feeling. It's probably like other people feel the same way. but from a different position. But maybe someone should look into it, because maybe it's accurate. Maybe it is. I don't know. All right. So what does this build? It says go here first. 1. That's step 1. Step 2. Step 2. Why does it not fit? And then step 3 is like this. No. Based on their orientation, it's like this. I don't think it matters, but I followed what they did anyway. Now, this goes on here, like this. Is that right? Where's the hinges? Remember we were talking about it's got to attach to those hinges? We were talking about that yesterday. All right, anyway, let's move on. Need 2 of these. Only see 1 of them. All right, here's another one. Where did these go? Well, it's kind of the same at both ends, right? Like 1 from the end at both ends, so it doesn't really matter. The orientation, 1 from the end at both ends. So this is the seat, right? This is eventually going to go probably here like this. Like that. All right, I need 2 of these. And 1 of these. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's right. Oh no, we need 2 of those. All right, here's the other one. All right. All right, now there's a difference. It might not be a consequential difference, but there is a difference. I don't think the difference is consequential, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to follow it like it's important, even though I'm pretty sure it's not. No, I am not going to follow that. In fact, I am going to choose not to do that. It's better to do it the other way. It's going to be more stable. I'm going against the rules here. If I can get that piece out. All right, it's out. All right, so here's the issue. This is like hanging on by a thread here. And they, according to the directions, wanted us to put these dots on there, which would weaken it even more. Whereas if I put this here, it's going to strengthen it. So we're going against the grain here. We're going against the instruction book. We got a better idea. Will it come back to haunt us later? I think if it was a U-Gears wooden puzzle, I would be concerned about venturing off, but for this puzzle, I think we're doing the right thing. Though maybe this is the piece that attaches to the hinge, and I'm going to have to go back and swap this later. It's been a pretty good build. They've given me no reason to doubt them, but I just feel that it wasn't consequential in the first place other than strengthening it. So I'm going to go with my gut here. Oh, what do you value that you would never change your mind on? Oh, it was such like, that's just, that question doesn't it's almost like it just exists to get it on record. because there wasn't much to discuss really. Like, is it gonna like what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say besides your religion? Like part of your like yoga, your morning routine, the fact that you brush your teeth every day. I mean, I don't understand. What do you value that you would never let anyone change your mind? Well, you can list a bunch of things, it's like your family, your spouse, your religion. You can list multiple things, and maybe that's like something to discuss, but really, it's just a list. And whether you list one thing or multiple things, I mean, it's hard to even give like reasons, and someone could say, oh well, explain it. You want me to explain why I would never change my family? I mean, like, because I wouldn't. I mean, it's like some things in life just have to be what they are. um it's like when you're learning like mathematical proofs or laws of physics, it's like they have to start with some acceptance of something. You can't start from nowhere. You're in quicksand. There needs to be some foundation. And faith and family, those are excellent foundations. I don't need to explain why those are excellent foundations. So I'm going to go on to the next question. Well, let me finish this page and then I'll do the next question. All right. 4 of these. 1, 2, 3. Seems like they're going to be the end caps of this thing, right? Is it like... Nope, they're not the end caps. They're putting them both at the same end. And because it's upside down, I don't know which end they're putting them on. Because you see this slant here? Is that the end where I'm putting them on? Or is it the other end? They don't really fit. Look ahead, see if I can figure it out. Yeah, it's the other end. Yeah, it's not this end. It's the other end, and I only know because we're gonna get to that other end in a minute, and it gets this. It gets something different. It's similar, but it's different. All right, so let's pop these on. So this card game, there's not really much game to it. It's just questions, but I gotta tell you, it's like definitely some serious questions. I mean, I can't give it a 5 with 0 artwork, but the questions are good. What do you take for granted? Wow. Well, I guess if you knew what it was, you wouldn't take it for granted, but that's definitely like what they call a loaded question. I mean, what do you take for granted? It's another one. Every one of these questions, this one could be used to get me thrown out of society. What's your favorite conspiracy theory? This one could be used to describe me as a malcontent. What makes your life complicated? What do you value that you would never let anyone change your mind on? That can be used to kind of control me. They know which one I'll always pick. And then what do you take for granted? This could be used to like make my life worse. So it's really tough questions, actually. I feel like considering I have 0 viewers, that these questions are way tougher than they need to be. I gotta find a way, like, when Howard Stern, I haven't listened to him in like 20 years, but I remember I used to listen to him in the late 90s. And he said some crazy stuff when he would do like games like this, but he always made it like it was a joke. So like no matter how crazy what he said was, it didn't really matter because his official position was that he's not serious anyway. So I think I have to somehow adopt that attitude. I had answered these questions like in a joking way. So what do I take for granted? Now, what's the funny answer for that? And not lead off by saying what's the funny answer. Just like start laughing as you give your answer. Anyway, what do you take for granted? It's not so easy to think of something funny, like right off the bat. Well, I think we take for granted a lot of stuff if you think about it. This is unfortunately a serious answer, but for example, water. Especially if you live in a city. I mean, you like take for granted that you turn on the water and there's going to be like water. Well, what if there's not? Because there's a lot of people living in the city. I mean, but then again, I guess there's a lot of water if the city is built like on a harbor or something like that. And you could like desalinate that water somehow, but it's definitely something that a lot of people take for granted. It's water. It's a necessary for life, and we all just expect that we're gonna like turn on the faucet and it's gonna be there. What would you do if it wasn't? You'd be pretty much screwed. I mean, water for you shower in water, you drink water, you like flush the toilet in water. I mean, water is like quite essential for something that we all just take for granted. And then those pipes that the water comes from, are we taking for granted that those pipes are like sanitary? I mean, are they? That's not exactly the definition of taking for granted. That's more like making an assumption like they're moving a ton of water through these pipes for how many decades or centuries now? I mean, what is going on in those pipes? But again, it's not standing water. Well, not again. It's the first time I'm saying it, but like, what is water? I mean, you got to start somewhere. So at least it's not like standing water. It's moving. But if it's moving through these like man-made pipes, what is that? What situation is that? Like if it's moving through a river, you assume that either God or evolution like figured out over the years how that's supposed to work. If it's moving through something man-made, how reliable is that? How sanitary is that? I don't see any of the pieces I need there. I'm looking for these little like weird curvy pieces. I don't see them. So water definitely on that list. All right, I need to find those weird curvy pieces. Only one of each, but I remember coming across them before. They're in here somewhere. I've seen them. And at this point, there's not many black pieces, so I should be able to find them. All right, there's one of them, so it's probably going to be symmetrical. Whatever we build, we're probably going to build the same thing on the other side. So I might as well just get them both out. But there's another type. It's a little bit bigger. Yeah, I've seen that one too. I'm actually not sure whether the one I pulled out is the big one or the small one. So let's keep looking for another weird looking black piece. There's a weird looking piece, but it's gray. Although sometimes in these booklets, the colors don't exactly match. Like the color that you're looking for doesn't exactly match the color that you find that's available. And basically, sometimes you got to use a different color because I don't know if it's a bad printer or they're bad whoever made the package, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. And you gotta go with the piece that works. Well, I don't see that piece anywhere. Unless these aren't the same pieces. Is one of these pieces bigger than the other? I can't tell. I think they're the same size. Wow. Let me take one more look. You've done the... Yeah, I'm going to have to just assume that those are the two pieces. Though I do think I'd run into some weird pieces before, but I can't tell. If one of them's bigger than the other, I can't tell. They clearly show two different pieces. Okay, I'll tell you. They have different notches. Let's look at these. Notch on the outside is the other ones that have notch on the inside. It does. Wow, how about that? So they're the same size piece, but they have notches in different places. And I'm not sure I'm even going to be able to tell how to assemble this. Well, there should be some logic to it, right? Like it should only fit one way. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. It's just a lefty-righty thing. It's really the same piece. They just put the notch on different sides, so it only fits one way. That actually was much easier than I thought it was going to be. All right, now, which side does this go on? We did something wrong. This thing is supposed to be pointing the other direction. I'm not sure how we're going to fix that. All right, let's go back and see when that arrived, when that error occurred. Yeah, that's plain as day. I did it wrong. I'll just look here. Yeah, this whole thing is wrong. Well, that's actually good news because it means you just flip the whole thing and that's right. There we go. So that was like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That was like 11 pieces, and we fixed them in 1 second because they were just all on backwards. The whole thing was on backwards. We just flip it correct, and now it's like done. And this is done. And this is what's going to catch the hinge, right? We can install it now if we want to. Remember the hinge? Well, now we have a catch, and it's a seat. And that is the next instruction. All right, so attach this to this, and there you go. Now we got a seat that opens up. Opens up kind of backwards in my opinion. Is that the way they work on scooters? They open forward? Yeah, that makes sense. They open forward. All right, so we got a unicycle with a seat with storage. Now we're starting to build something else. All right, what do you take for granted? Did I answer that question? Oh, I said water. Okay, so I guess that's a good enough answer. It kind of seems like a cop-out though, right? Like you're supposed to answer something more personal. I don't know. I still got room for one more card. At least one more card. Let's pick the next one. All right. Would you like to know how you die? Well, there's no answer to that. Well, I know that some people say that death comes for all of us eventually, but I'm going to go back to what's your favorite conspiracy theory and say why. Like, why would everyone have to die? In fact, if you think about the way evolution works, like, why would you not, like, wouldn't you get healthier over time? Like, why would you have to die? It's like a sort of an uncomfortable subject. Basically, it's funny that it was like the icebreaker was what's your favorite conspiracy theory? So like by asking that first, it like lubricated, you know, so now like every answer is now a conspiracy theory answer. So my answer for, would you like to know, how you die is that I would say, what if you don't? And let's go back to the previous card. What do you know? What what do you value most that you would never let anyone change your mind on Christianity? Didn't Jesus promise like everlasting life? And people might say, oh yeah, but that's like died and went to heaven. You have to like die first. Um, yeah. Um, I'm not gonna get into that because it's not a healthy like thought process. I know that it certainly happens. I mean, so far, like everyone who was born died within like 122 years, but there's no reason to like dwell on it, in my opinion. So I'm not going to dwell on that one. I'm going to have to just go to the next question. All right, so looks like we do need our second group, our second card deck. Let me go get it. I thought we would only need one, but now we're up to the second one. I said card deck, our second card holder. By the way, these card holders only hold 5 cards. Like, what game only uses 5 cards? It's not even like enough cards. I see that the other card holder I put, it's now off screen from where you can see. I'm not sure what I can do about that. Well, I guess you'll just move the mouse and look back. What social, political, or environmental causes are you passionate about? Social, political, or environmental? Well, environmental, it's recycling. I mean, they're putting like, do I need to answer all 3 or like pick one? All right, let me just pick one. And I'd say the recycling. Like, I feel like we don't go far enough. And I've heard that in other countries, they separate their trash further. Like, I don't know why we don't do that. Like, why is it not compost here, cardboard here, metal here, plastic here? Like, we do like all metal, all different kinds of metal, all different kinds of glass, all different kind of plastic. They all go in like one bin. And then the other bin is cardboard. But like, and what about wood? And what about, paper? I mean, I think there's like a lot more categories in like even the glass and the cardboard. Why are they all going in the same? Like, how does that even work at the recycling plant? Like the glass and the plastic both go in the same truck. But then if you had like 8 different bins, would you put 8 different bins out for the trash to collect? I don't know how it would work. Excuse me, I don't know how it would work. So I'm not suggesting that I have the answer, but I at least care about the situation. All right. Okay. These 2, and then you need 2 like circle pieces. All right. That was a quick question. Recycling. Like, some of them were like really like you could debate for hours. That one's just like recycling. Let's recycle better. All right. Something's not right here. This piece was not long enough. It was supposed to have 16, not 12. So I got to redo that one, which of course pulls off all this one. So I see that answering the questions while doing the puzzle not only slows me down, but causes me to make errors. But what are you going to do? You know, you got to do it. You got to do what you got to do. I mean, I don't want the podcast to be too boring. So I got to answer some questions while we're doing it. All right. What's your favorite band? I mean, that could be a question, but not from this deck. What's social, political? I feel like almost answering not the ones I care about, but the ones other people care about, or at least claim to care about. Because I see a lot of them. I guess the new one is the trans movement thing. I don't know, is movement the right word? Like trans. I guess that it's like history. It's like you're considered now, like if you use definitions that were in the dictionary like a year ago, and we're not just in the dictionary a year ago, but we're in the dictionary for all of history from the beginning of time. But now, if you say them, you're like doing something wrong. That's kind of crazy to me. It's like how you need to like keep up to date, like so precisely. Like you need to know like every day, like what are the new rules? Like what, like the rules change, and what was like correct a year ago is like not just incorrect now, but like illegal. That's a weird thing to me, and I think probably to a lot of people. And I think that it's probably gonna change some people's minds. Sorry, I dropped a piece and it slid under the table. I had to go hunting for a piece under the table. All right, so I think a lot of people who consider themselves, I hit the thing with my back. I don't know how far I moved it. I think a lot of people who consider themselves like, what's the word? Not exactly liberal, but like social justice warrior, or like that's a loaded term, but like classical liberal. A lot of people who considers themselves the good guys, like not that, I don't know. I mean, it's weird to say good guys and bad guys, but a lot of people who were championing all the good causes, what they perceive to be good for so long, are kind of confused right now because now they're bad. You know, like they were fighting for women's rights for like 50, 70 years, but now those rights go to people who aren't women on their birth certificate. And it's like, how are you supposed to react to that? Because like whose rights are, who do those rights belong to? Like you say Title IX exists to give women as equal amount of scholarships as men. Like that's what it means. I mean, and nobody really complained about it, but now you changed the definition of woman, and that changed everything about Title IX. Like because that word was in Title IX. Like that's how it works. You like have to give scholarships to women. Okay. So for the first 50 years of Title IX, everyone knew what a woman was, but now they don't. So like, who do those scholarships go to? And which is like against the law and which is for the law? Like, you know, you don't want to break the law. You want to do what's legal. But do you know what's legal? So that's weird. That's weird to me. So that was an example of something that other people are like passionate about. Like, I don't know. It's actually, it's not the conversation that's annoying me. It's this instructions say, put this piece here, and one side it doesn't fit, and the other side it falls out. So I'm hoping that the next piece will lock it in, but looking ahead, it doesn't. So I don't know when that piece is going to get locked in. There's like really nothing I can do about it. It doesn't, you put it in, it doesn't stay in. Is there maybe something that's supposed to go in there to make it stay in? I don't see anything. All right, let me look at these pieces again up close. Yeah. Yeah. They're definitely saying to do what I'm saying doesn't work. So they're saying put the skinny piece in here. That's what the instructions say. And you can do that, but as soon as you move it, it's going to fall out. So I'm just going to have to put these pieces aside for now and hope that at some point there's something that's going to lock them in. Because right now there isn't. Okay. The next piece is more of those L-shaped pieces. Do I have any more of those? All right, here's two. All right, two of these. And one of another type of piece that hopefully I can find. Nope, don't see it. All right. Where do we go here? Oh, is that it? It's kind of upside down. I'm not sure if that's it. Yeah, that's it. All right, so what do we do here? Like this. And then like this. So we are kind of locking in the prior piece, but it still doesn't lock in the circle piece. Like this. You know what will lock in those circle pieces? I can't even pick it up, but like one of these pieces, or I think even, yeah, here it is, like something like this. Is that going to go through? Because that'll lock it in. It looks like the right distance, but maybe that goes through the tire. I don't know. Let's just hold on to that one as well. All right. Now we need two of these. All right. Like this. Let's do more of those social political issues. What other people care about. You know what I find? I mean, my personal opinion is not this like surface level, but it's weird to me that like in America regarding abortion, they allow them so late. Because what's wrong about asking people to make their decision in a timely manner? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, some people say it's like my body, my choice, which, fine, but Why is like 3 months not enough time to make that choice? I mean, maybe they didn't know, but like it's not that difficult to find out. You can get like a test at the drugstore. Like it shouldn't be that difficult. So that's another one that basically anytime someone has an extreme position, it's like, why is your position so extreme? That seems like superficial of me to say that, but okay, let me put it this way. Issues where people don't seem to want to find the common ground. Like, there's a common ground answer for most of these things. And on abortion, it would be like coming up with a week or month, you know, that you have to get it done by. Like, that would be probably something people could agree on, but doesn't seem like there's any agreement there. All right, so the piece I'm looking for is it's a 3 on both sides. No, it's not. It's 2s. It's let's do this easy one first. So we put that there. All right, so it's a 2s, 2 2s, and 2 1s. But all I see is 1 1. Okay, no, I see 1 2. Now I see 2 2. And now, suddenly now I see them all. Yeah, I got them all now. Okay, so I guess I just put it together now. Thought it was like more difficult than it was. There you go. Oh, now everything's falling apart. Literally everything's falling apart. That's the problem with these builds. They lock in eventually, but for a while, they're not strong enough that you can push pieces against them. Like you push one piece and all the other pieces fall apart, which is like what just happened here. And if you catch it while it's falling apart, you can just push it back together. But if you don't catch it and the pieces shift, then you got to rebuild the whole thing. Which I'm wondering if now that's what I have to do or not. I can't tell. I'm just going to be a little more careful with the next 2 pieces. I'll like push from both sides when I add it. You know, it doesn't really fit. That's what's really causing the problem. Ooh, did I just put that incorrectly? No, I think that's good. All right. This is not locked in at all. This stuff is very loose. All right, looks correct. Looks like the picture. Still didn't use those 2 circle pieces yet, but we will eventually. Oh wow, I'm at 2 hours. Okay, let's see if we can clip this piece to the rest of this. And nope, no, we're building something totally different. All right, you know what? It's not that late. I'm gonna keep going. Hopefully I'm not gonna regret that. But anyway, that's the plan. All right, I think this is the only piece. All right, 4 by 8. 4 by 8. Yeah, 4 by 8. All right, we're gonna put that here. That's gonna make things better once we get it on. It might tear things apart in the process of getting on. All right, that's good. That's strong. That was worth it. All right. Now we need these 2 and 2 little nothing pieces. They're like little corners. Is this him? 1, 2. Ooh, what's that? Interesting. All right. before I put those pieces on, let me get out another question. Wild card. Make up your own question. That's interesting. I'm going to start sort of overlapping these cards, see if I can fit one extra. Wild card. Make up your own question. So I'm going to make up my own question and then I'm going to answer it. What did you have for breakfast? I'll tell you, I usually have a sandwich for breakfast, coffee, and some type of like something to have with the coffee. Usually not too heavy. Sometimes it's as light as a banana, but sometimes it's as heavy as a cookie. I think there's probably been times where it was heavier than a cookie. Today I had berries, like maybe 3 blackberries, 6 blueberries, and 1 was like an apple cider vinegar gummy. And then the sandwich was brioche with, normally I have turkey and cheese, but I thought we were out of turkey. And then I realized later in the day my wife had bought turkey, but I thought we were out. So I had peanut butter and jelly, which is very unusual. I usually have turkey and cheese. Sometimes we're out of turkey. And out of all cold cuts, I'll have just cheese on both sides, and I'll like put it in the toaster oven. But today I had coffee, coffee, berries, handful of berries, apple cider vinegar gummy, and a brioche with peanut butter and jelly, Concord grape jelly. So that's what I had this morning. But there's more to it than just the breakfast. It's kind of like a ritual. I watch something. So like I watched the entire Cheers, like one episode at a time. I watched the entire Office one episode at a time. I watched the entire Frasier one episode at a time. And currently I'm watching that 70s show one episode at a time. So like, you know, you have your breakfast, 22 minutes, usually about halfway through the dog has to go out, and I'll like walk outside with the coffee still in my hand, walk with the dog for a few minutes, and then I'll go back in and finish watching it. And it's a very relaxing part of my day. And when I used to commute to work every day, I was having the breakfast. I would pack it before I left the house, and then I would eat it on the ferry while sitting outside. And when I was here, I was doing that. I was sitting outside on my balcony eating the breakfast. But then when it got cold, I started going in. You know, it was like freezing, so I was eating indoors. And then I stuck with that, which maybe is bad. I mean, you know, maybe I should go outdoors more, but it's like hot. Like when you're on the ferry and it's hot, you can sit on the shady side and there's a breeze because you're riding a ferry. This is like, it's not as easy here. It's not as easy at home. The hot days are hot, the cold days are cold, the days when it's raining and the seat is wet. Anyway, I just got in the habit of eating in front of the TV, though, you know, it's probably healthier to sit outside and eat my breakfast. But lately I eat the breakfast while watching a 22-minute episode. So I drop off the kids, I get back like 8:45, and then I have the breakfast and the coffee and watch an episode, and then I log into work usually around 9:15. So that's like kind of the ritual, the breakfast ritual. It's a simple piece that I'm looking for, but it seems like I used them all up. Yeah, I just need one more of these pieces, but I don't see it. See this piece? Very simple piece, but it seems like I'm out of them. Did they not give me enough of them, or am I like not seeing it? Let me look in here one more time. These buckets were a fail. Maybe I'll take the lid off of this and just keep the tray, because the lid is making it very unbalanced to pick up. This drawer is the most likely place for it to be. which I can't see all of it, so it could be hidden in there. Oh, you don't even know which drawer I'm looking at. I'm off camera. Let me just update you by saying I don't see that piece. Yep. Yeah, I'm not seeing that piece. What to do here? Is it like underneath some other piece? Is it going to be not a big deal if I skip it? It's in this drawer. Let's thoroughly check this drawer. I don't see that L piece anywhere. Not here. Not here. There's no white in here at all. There's one white, and that's the one we need. That's it. All right, sorry about that. All right. What do we got to do here? Looks like this goes across the back, and this goes in the middle. But then where do these two go? Oh, they go way back here. Right here. All right, we're getting there. Something's happening. All right. No, that's not right. Yeah, that's right. All right. Two of these. Two of these. And this piece that we had before. Now it's really supposed to be here. All right. Let's see. Go like this. And then like this. And like this. All right, that looks good. I don't know what it is, but it looks good. Is it like the front of the scooter? No, is it where you put your feet? I think this is where you put your feet on the scooter. All right, let's get the next question going. Let me grab a drink of water. You can start thinking about the question. What is your go-to karaoke song? Let me think about that while I drink a glass of water. I see that this is not even fully on the screen, these questions. Try to get them a little more on the screen. Go-to karaoke. I've never done karaoke. I can say that when I was in the gym today with my kids, I listened to AC/DC, and I'll just tell you the story behind that. So, when I was at Marist College, there's a full story to this. Let me start with the small part of the story. Some guy used to come in the gym the same time as me every day, and he used to play AC/DC. So I associated AC/DC with lifting because of that experience. But I'll tell you the full story about that. So when I was in high school, freshman year, I was on the track team, and I wanted to do the jumping events. But in the beginning of the year, no one was there. Like in September, the only guy was there was this guy, Big Vin, who ended up going to college on a full scholarship for throwing shot put. So Big Vin would be there, and he was like 6'7", and he threw the shot put. I mean, at least 58 feet that I saw. I don't know how much he, ultimately threw it, but he was a senior, and I wanted to do. They were like in the fall they do cross country, but I wanted to do like field events. So the only field events going on was throwing shot put. So I was throwing shot put with Big Vin, and it was like kind of ridiculous. He was throwing the 12-pound ball like mid 50s, and I was throwing the 8-pound ball mid 30s because I was a freshman and he was a senior, and he was 6'7" and I wasn't. But I kept throwing it. I kept throwing the shot. So when regular track season started, I did other events. I did hurdles, I did triple jump, I did high jump, I did a lot of running events. I did a lot of that stuff. But in the beginning of the year, I would do shot put. And then at the first meet of the season, they entered me in the shot put, which made total sense. I'd been training for it. I might as well do it. So I was also entered in the 4x4. So I had I'd taken like a couple of throws and threw like, let's say 34 feet. And then I had to go and I ran my 4x4. It was like a relay and I had to run on the relay. And then I wanted to get my third throw in. So I ran my 4x4 and then sprinted back to where they were doing the shot put and said, like, I want to take my last throw. And I wasn't too late and I got to take the throw. It might have been a little out of order, but they let me throw. And then that throw was 40 feet, which is the first time I ever threw 40 feet. And it was after just running a 400-meter dash and being like really tired. So then I like learned something that no other shot putter knew, which is that you have to run. And not only do you have to run like right before you throw. And this is something that I ended up doing for the remainder of my time in high school and then also in college. And I've seen there's a famous shot putter, Adam Nelson, who did this stuff on the national circuit, but most of them don't. Like most of the guys, the shot putters you look at, the international shot putters, they don't do any of this stuff. But I was doing it. I was sprinting like full on down the field, and then I was like jumping. I was doing like some serious, basically the same stuff that you see Adam Nelson do. And by the way, I competed against Adam Nelson in college. I'm not going to say that he took those from me, but I will say that when I competed against in college, I was better. But obviously, he ended up being. I think when he retired, he was like the top 7 like shot putter of all time based on distance. But even now, based on like medals that he won, he's like ranked very high. He won a lot of he's got an Olympic gold medal. He's got world championship silver medals, like multiple. I mean, he did amazing. But he's the only one on the international circuit who's doing all that same running and jumping that I was doing. And I was doing it because I just the first time I ever competed in the shot put, I happened to get a really great throw right after running a 400-meter dash. And then I just understood that if you want to do your best, you got to get your legs fired up. It's like an important part of the equation. So I did it. So there was very first track meet. I discovered the secret by accident that nobody else knew, and I did it for the rest of the time. And even though I was nowhere near the size of Big Vin, I ended up throwing about 55 feet when I was a senior. No, I'm sorry. That was in college. I threw about 52 feet with the 12-pounder when I was in high school. So even though I was nowhere near the size of a shot putter, like my kids right now, they're like both 190. They're like 15 and 16. I was 175 when I graduated high school. So like I was throwing shot put over 50 feet at 175 pounds. And I remember people even used to comment like that it was impossible for someone my size to throw the shot put as far as I did, but I did. And I guess I did it so well that colleges were interested. But I got an academic scholarship to Marist, not an athletic scholarship. But there was some like sort of twist to it. One was I only had to pay like $800 per semester, and that included room and board, so that was great. But the other thing is they had a cafeteria, and you could eat there. And the way you went to the cafeteria, by the way, I didn't graduate from Marist. I only was there for 1 year. I graduated from Siena, just to like, don't try to look for me in the records of like Marist. But anyway, the way the meal plan worked, you got 19 meals a week. So it was like 15 meals. I don't know, does that make sense? Maybe it was more, yeah, 15 meals on the weekdays. So like breakfast, lunch, dinner on the weekdays. And then on the weekends, you got 2 meals, like brunch and dinner. Those are the 2 meals. So the way it worked, you went in there and you ate as much as you wanted to eat. So there was like, you could go and have like one morning, one breakfast. I think it was a brunch. They were like making bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches. And I think I had like 5 or 6 of them. So even though I graduated high school at 175, when I went to my first college track meet, I probably was 195. So, but it wasn't all fat, because in addition to the meal plan that came with all this food that you could eat like as basically as much as you wanted, I had a job, like an like, so I only had to pay like 800 per semester, but I also had a job which basically would, probably pay me that money, basically covered it. So the job that I had was the weight room. It was called the McCann Center at Marist College. I don't know what it's like nowadays. This was the early 90s. But you walked in, and there was like a basketball court on the left. There was like an arcade down the middle. And I honestly don't remember what was on the right. But when you went upstairs, there was a bunch of like faculty and coaches' offices. And then, I think if you went on the right, there was like more offices, like an athletic director and administrators and people like that. And then if you went upstairs, there was a weight room, which is already odd to have a weight room on the second floor, but there was a weight room there. And I got a job there. My work-study job was to go to the weight room. And people already had to show their card to get into the McCann Center, but then they had to use the weight room, they had to buy like some card for $10. And it was the world's like simplest card. It was just like this laminated piece of yellow paper with your name on it. And you would bring it to the desk there at the weight room, and you would give the card in, and the person would like put it in an index card and then give it back to you when you left. There was really no point to it, just that it's almost like, to me, I viewed it like a lifeguard. Like there should always be someone at the weight room so no one's lifting alone. So it was like, yes, you were checking cars, but you also were kind of lifeguard. So that's the work-study job I got. The work-study job I got was being the guy who stood there, he sat there at the table taking the cards of people going in the weight room. So, I mean, you can see where this is going. I just was lifting the whole time. So, like, I was basically just lifting every day. I mean, if someone walked by, I saw them showing up, and I went there and I put their card in the box and I gave it back to them when they left. And if I was lifting that second, I was like, leave it on the table. I'll get to it in a second. So basically, I had like all you can eat meals, and I had access to. Not only I had access, I basically was there every day, and we'd be bored if I wasn't lifting. So I put on like 20 pounds of muscle, and the first time like the coaches saw me throw, I remember it was like past the end of the basketball court. It was indoors with an indoor 16-pound shot, and I basically was throwing it really far, even though I was doing like a standing throw wearing jeans. So I ended up having a pretty good freshman year. I scored in 3 events at the conference championship, the shot, disc, and jav. I wasn't really, at that time, a javelin thrower. I developed it during college. I had thrown it at a couple of decathlons when I was in grade school. Not grade school, sorry, high school. And what I didn't realize, I probably should have entered the javelin. What I didn't realize, what I was throwing in those decathlons actually would have won medals as an open competitor in the javelin. So I actually did end up getting into the javelin, but not until college. I had no idea. I should have known. I should have at least tried it, but I didn't. I mean, I was busy. I had plenty of other events to do. But in college, it was just like a natural, like, oh, you're a thrower, you're doing shot and disc. You should do jav too. I mean, really, it isn't that much alike, and you shouldn't necessarily do jav just because you do shot and disc, but it worked out for me. Oh, that was the question was, what is your go-to karaoke song? Well, that told the whole story there was that I played AC/DC in the gym today because in college, someone used to show up and play AC/DC at the Marist weight room. He would like bring a cassette with him and put it in. So that led to that whole story. So now you know about that experience. All right, finally. These are going to lock in those, remember these pieces that wouldn't stay in? These are going to lock them in. Oh, wait. I have to build them first outside of here. It says ×2, build ×2. So here, okay. And then this one on top. All right, ×2. And then they're going to lock in those pieces. But I got to tell you, it doesn't look like they're going to lock in. It doesn't look like there's room. There isn't. There's not room. All right, these pieces are baloney. They don't go here. I don't know why they gave them to us. Or wait, or do they? Oh, they go like this. Oh my goodness. Well, that's just a disaster. That's not going to work. They go in here like this. They're not going to stay there. This piece already didn't stay. Oh, it does kind of fit in there, but then the whole thing just doesn't stay. So these are in here, but they're just going to fall out again. I don't get it. All right, I guess I got to like force it in there, and then maybe it'll stay. There we go. That's it. That's the answer. So if you put enough pressure, this will go in, even though it looks like it doesn't fit. And it doesn't fit, but you can make it fit. Oh my goodness. Well, we made it fit on the other side. I don't know how to get it to fit here. Oh, so anyway, about the track and field, and then I didn't graduate. I transferred to Siena, where I graduated from, and I was MVP at Siena. So at Marist, I scored the most points at the conference championship. But at Siena, I was on the team. I won the MVP. I like officially got a plaque as the MVP, and it's hanging in my garage gym right now. And it kind of made the whole, like, I mean, it was already worth it in terms of like camaraderie and staying in shape and stuff, but I don't know. To me, it meant something to win that plaque. It meant something to me. I mean, not everyone can win it, and different people have different talents, and I shouldn't like gloat about it, but it meant something to me, you know. I was like very happy after I won that MVP plaque. And it's cool, you know, like I feel like I have a little credibility. I was like, some people didn't even do sports in college. I was MVP of my college team. It wasn't like the world's greatest team, but you know what? A lot of people didn't play for the world's greatest teams. I mean, if you were the MVP of the team that won a national championship, I mean, congratulations for you. Most of us weren't, and we take what we can get. This piece just won't go in. I got the one on the other side to go in, but this one won't. All right, I'm going to take my glasses off, go off camera for a minute, and see if I can make this happen. Oh, it looked good for a second, but didn't get it. All right, let's try again. You know what? I think I'm doing this backwards. I think it's not this that locks in. I think it's the gray piece that locks it in. Yeah, let me try it that way. Yeah, that's it. I was trying to do something that basically I should get reading glasses because the glasses I wear make it impossible to look at stuff up close. I have to take my glasses off. But if I get reading glasses, then I can see from distance. So basically, I didn't know what was over here, and I was just feeling my way. But when I took off my glasses and looked, I was able to see and correct it. All right, so that was the end of bag 2. Now we go to bag 3, but as they told us, those bags don't mean anything. But anyway, we are supposed to attach these two pieces somehow. I think like this. Whoop, that was a disaster. All right, try to hook that back up again. Does it just connect? Like, how do these go? All right, I gotta, that's not good enough. I gotta roll back and see how this goes. Because it came apart and I can't risk doing it wrong. All right, here's how it goes. It goes up against the black right here. So there, and then that goes here. Yeah, it goes here. That's it. All right, it's connected now. So there you go. I'm not sure where these go. Are those kickstands? Is that what those are for? Wow, it stands up now. Okay. All right, now I'm inspired to keep working. Okay. All right, let's see here. All right, this box is gonna get 2 of these somehow. I'm not really even sure how those are connected. Oh, they're connected on the bottom. That's how they're connected. Well, that looks like another kind of swivel type of thing. You know, I needed to wash my hair, and it's like 1:14. I needed to do a lot of things, but I can't have this thing going past the second day. We have to finish it. And I don't want to be a quitter. So, gotta get this done. All right. Shows a white. There it is. Bunch of flowers left in there. Okay. This white piece. And this piece. All right. Goes here. And put this in there. All right. I don't have the ability to attach this piece. It's like, what kind of like skinny fingers do you need? They want me to put these 2 circles in this basket, but my fingers aren't like skinny enough to do that. I just lost the piece. All right, I got one in. Let me go find the one I dropped. Nope. Can't find it. I felt which direction it went. Let me just check one spot. It like bounced off my leg, and I had a feeling I could tell where it was going. No, I don't see it. I'm just gonna take another piece and hope that there was an extra of that piece. If not, I'll have to go looking for it. But hopefully there was an extra. I mean, it's definitely the type of piece you'd expect there to be an extra of. I need like some special tweezers to make it fit. To hold it while I make it fit. Well, I dropped another one of the same piece. I gotta find one of them. And that one I saw, it bounce off my shoe. But I don't know where it went after that. Alright, I gotta find the piece. Well, I can't have a show if you watching me look for a piece, so I'm just gonna take another one. And again, hope that it's not a big deal. But I know I'm pushing it to expect that there's going to be 2 extras of this piece. What is it about that causes it to bounce out like that? Like that happened twice. I'm trying to push it in and it bounces out instead. All right. On with that page. Oh, we're building the flower basket. All right. Sounds like fun. You won't believe what's next. That piece was totally not important. I could have done without both those pieces. Anyway, what's done is done. So some soil here. So it really is a flower basket. It's the only piece in the whole build that's this color, this dark brown. So I guess it's soil. And we're building the flowers. How about that? I think I'm going to take this out, put it back in when I'm done. There's no reason to fight with this, especially given the track record of these pieces popping out. Okay. Starting to install these flowers. All right, what's the next question? What is your favorite summer activity? Well, I like gardening. I like sitting in the Adirondack chair. I like hiking. If you're going to go for a favorite summer activity, I guess it's hiking. It was a sort of a too easy one. There was nothing to discuss there. Well, it would be something to discuss if you're in a room with other people. Then they would like, oh, where do you hike? What do you this? How do you like? What do you like about it? You know, all that kind of stuff. Okay. So now, what is going on here? All right, let's just grab the pieces. All right, so they're like some funny shaped pieces here. I'm not sure how they even attach or what they attach to. Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to, oh, okay, these are literally flowers. All right, so I attach them to this piece, and then I attach this piece to the basket. All right. Does it matter in which manner I attach them? I'm like trying to read this, but I don't think it's that important. But anyway, let's see if I can get it right. Is there a top and a bottom? I think there is. Yeah. So we're building some flowers. Don't recall ever doing that in a Lego before. That's cool. Then where do we attach it? Why does only one of these get flowers? By the way, it's really difficult to attach because there's nowhere to put pressure. You usually have to put pressure to drive it in, but there's nowhere to put pressure on this piece without breaking all these flowers. See that? All right, let's just, this flower basket, I've dropped 3 pieces trying to do this flower basket. This is like the toughest part of the puzzle. All right. Did they give us any extra flowers? They did. They did give us extra flowers. But let me see if I can find that one. Yeah, I see it. I'll grab it. Maybe I'll see those gray pieces while I'm down there. Well, if you can believe it, the piece I found was the gray piece, not the flower. I don't know why I didn't find it when I was looking for the gray piece, but I found it now. All right. So I found a gray piece. Didn't find the flower. Don't think the flower is very important, but I'm gonna slide a second one from the basket here. Ooh, there's some like balloon or something comes next. What is that? All right, we're done with the flowers, but I guess we're gonna do a balloon. What is your favorite summer activity? I think I said hiking. Now what about hiking? Okay. One of the hikes we did was Mount Cho in Lake Placid. Near Lake Placid, there's a Mount Cho. It's where we went once. And the kids weren't that old yet. And it was like really challenging. And one of my sons got stung by a bee on the top of the mountain. Now, thankfully, he wasn't allergic, but we realized that it was like a really scary thing to do. And even myself, like I don't know what really shape I was in. My kids, me, like none of us were really prepared to like hike up a mountain, because you basically hike up an entire mountain. Mount Cho, you can do it. Anyone can do it. In Lake Placid, you might look into it and think I'm like talking about it's like nothing. It doesn't. It seems like nothing when you look at it on paper, but when you actually do it, it's quite a thing. And I know there's tougher ones. One time we went by this beehive trail in Acadia. That's obviously much more difficult. But I don't know. I mean, that Mount Cho was a lot. I mean, for us, it was a lot. It was, thinking about it afterwards was kind of like, why did we do it? Like, what were we thinking? We were like overconfident. I mean, we ended up, everything worked out fine, but so many things like could have went wrong. Like, what if someone twisted an ankle? On a basketball court, you twist an ankle, it's not a big deal. You twist your ankle way up in the mountain, and it's a big deal. And by the way, the cell phones don't work there. I mean, cell phones don't work in Lake Placid in general, but especially not when you're climbing Mount Cho. See this clear piece? I need a third one of them, and I don't see it. But it's clear. There it is. It's clear, so it's tough to see. It's tough to find clear pieces. I was saying it's tough to find black pieces because they don't reflect. Well, it's tough to find clear pieces because the light passes right through them. Anyway, I'm building balloons here. I suppose I can mix them up if I wanted to, but I'm going to do them, the way they are. Yeah. So, Mount Cho hiking was fun. Bear Mountain in Jersey. Went a few trails in Acadia, which I highly recommend. I don't know. We went, we were talking about Marist College before. We hiked, it wasn't much of a hike, but Vanderbilt Mansion was listed as a hike, and we went on it, but it was actually basically just walking around the grounds of Vanderbilt Mansion. Yeah, basically any town we go to, any sort of vacation we take or weekend, or even if it's just like road trip for like AAU basketball, like whatever we do, whatever reason we're in that town, we'll look up what are the hiking trails, because not just, I mean, it's a cheap activity hiking, but it's also fun, and it's athletic hiking. I like it. I like hiking. What can I tell you? You know, maybe, and everyone in my family does. There's like nobody who complains that like, why are you hiking? Because the family that I grew up in, I think there would be a lot of complaints. No, almost nobody would want to hike. Maybe just me and my mom. I'm not sure. Maybe my little sister too. But like the family I'm in now, everyone likes to hike. You know, like my wife and my kids, we all like to hike. So that's great. That's great. Any activity that you do that everyone else likes in your house too, I mean, that's fantastic. Now, if it's swimming, I mean, or if it's like watching movies, yeah, everybody does that. Of course, everybody likes those. But like hiking, it's like a pretty obscure thing. It's not really. I mean, it's just walking. It should be pretty common, but you know, there's a lot of people who would probably not want to go on hikes. So I'm very happy that I live with people who do want to hike. We even hiked the trails just around Staten Island, which they aren't even much. They're like kind of like stupid little nothing trails, but we hike them because, you know, I think the best one is by the golf course, which by the way, I used to work there when I was in high school. All right, this basket is not going to stay on while those flowers not going to stay in while I attach this thing. And it's not even going to be easy to attach it in general. I don't know what else is going to break. All right, we got it on. But there definitely was other stuff breaking, like this piece came off and its little friend there. And now we got to put this basket back in. That basket doesn't want to, those flowers do not want to stay in that basket. That's what I want to say. All right. Sorry about that. This lid is very heavy. It's not working for what I bought it for, which was to hold these Legos. It's not working out. The lid is too heavy. Anyway, let's move on. All right. Looks like my camera moved or something. It's like not showing the questions anymore. Is that a little better? That's a little better. All right. 4. I only see brown pieces in this one section, but I don't see that 4 piece that I'm looking for. Yeah, 4. I don't see any 4s. There we go. It was like tucked up against the wall. Well, I might as well just grab all the brown pieces because that's clearly what we're about to start building. There we go. That's actually the piece I was looking for, but I was willing to bring out every brown piece we had to find it. All right. Looks like these go like this, right? They extend. Yeah, that's it. That's right. All right. Yeah. No. This is not the right piece. Or is it? Extend. This is not the right piece. All right. I don't have any other candidates for that piece. That's the problem. It's clearly wrong. Here we go. Here it is. There's the right piece. That's the correct piece. All right. Okay, good. 1 times this. Is that correct? I believe that is correct. All right. Are we still doing the summer activity? I need another question. what is the best meal you've ever had? You know what? I'll move the cards this way because I believe that that's the section you see. Best meal you've ever had. It's interesting. Is it like the conditions, or is it... let me think about that one for a minute. I mean, I don't want to... It didn't say what's your favorite food. It said what's the best meal you ever had. And I feel like there probably should be some context to that. You know what I'm going to go with? It's kind of like, maybe seems like a simple answer, but the wedding feast of my wife and I, because we got married twice, once in the church and once in civil. And it's probably was like really poor form of me, but the way we discussed it, we knew we were going to get the church wedding before we got the civil wedding, because it was like they were in different countries, because my family was in America and her family was in Russia. But at the same time, it was a real marriage because we went immediately then to the honeymoon. Like, so we got married, I don't remember, let's say it was at early, let's say it was like 10 a.m. And then we had train to St. Petersburg at, let's say, 2 p.m., you know, or maybe it was like 4 p.m. And then we got into St. Petersburg at, so we got married in Moscow and then had 4 p.m. We needed to be at the train, which was going to take 8 hours. And we were going to get to St. Petersburg for our honeymoon at midnight. And that happened. But let's say we got back to the place at like, let's say noon. You know, let's say we got married, we went to the hall at 10 and, you know, we probably left for it at like 8. I got back at noon. I don't know what time it says on the marriage certificate. Let's say 11:15. I don't know. So we get back, you know, at noon. We had a toast. It was the witnesses were my wife's aunt and uncle, and we had like a quick toast at the wedding hall. And then we went back to my wife's apartment, and what totally... I mean, I knew that we were going to have lunch at home. I'm saying lunch at home. What I didn't know is that it was going to be such a big party. Like, they moved like all the furniture. Apartments are kind of small in Russia. So the way you host something, you like rearrange all the furniture, and everyone's got like the sort of set pattern that they rearrange their furniture for when it's a party. And it was amazing how it all like locked together. Like, the chairs that I'd seen before, the tables that I'd seen before, everything was like rearranged in such a way to create this very festive and like party atmosphere in the living room. And there was guests there. There was like 4-year-old cousins, and there was 80-year-old like godmothers. And it was like everybody was... It was like a small apartment, but it was as many people can fit there, and it was made to look so nice. And, you know, the food was probably pretty similar to the food that it would normally be, but under this occasion, and the fact that I didn't know it was going to happen to that extent, it was just like amazing. I remember feeling like I couldn't possibly be happier. It was like really amazing. I mean, it was better than when we actually had the official like wedding, where we were wearing like my wife had the lone white dress and I had the tuxedo, and we had the pallbearer, and not pallbearer, that's wrong. We had the like ring bearer. Pallbearers at a funeral. We had the ring bearer and the flower girl. They were my niece and nephew. And like, you know, that was supposed to be like the big thing, but this one was done so well in Moscow that that's the one that's more memorable to me. And it was a meal, as we said. So the question was, what was the best meal you ever had? And I'm going to go with that post-wedding meal in Moscow when my wife and I got married. That was just prepared by, I don't know, probably my mother-in-law and her sister, or mother-in-law and her and my wife's godmother. I'm not sure who prepared it, honestly, at this point, but in the context, it was amazing. It was qualifies as the best meal I ever had, and that also was the longest vacation that I ever took. I actually went, and my boss was saying that he couldn't approve it, HR and this kind of stuff. The boss at the time, I should mention, who ended up not leaving the company on good terms, but like he was like, I don't know about HR, and so like basically he didn't approve it. So then I called HR and they were like, well, talk to the manager. And then he's like, oh, okay, they're fine with it, then I'm fine with it. So I'm thinking like when you look back on it, and again, he didn't leave on good terms, so don't blame the company. I mean, there obviously was a problem with this manager. Like, he didn't check with HR, but just said no and blamed it on HR. I don't know if you have like a deal with HR, that's fine, but he didn't. And like, really, why did he care? Like, why did he care? Like, I mean, I try to do a good job at work, but there's like no point where I would like screw someone out of enjoying their wedding, So he ended up not making a big deal once I got HR to say it was his decision to make. And he was like, oh, okay, it's my decision. Yes, then absolutely, you can go. So, so I went there and I think I got there maybe, let's say, a week before the wedding. And then we were a week, maybe I got there like, a week before the wedding, I think it was. And then we were there a week in the honeymoon. And then I guess we were there 2 weeks in Moscow. And let me tell you, when we went back home at the end, that was so difficult. I couldn't leave. Like, just try to imagine this situation. You got married and you lived a married life for 3 weeks, and then you have to get on the plane and go back. It was like so difficult. I mean, and it took like, I think another 6 months or a year until my wife could move to America, because it was like after 9/11 and they were like being crazy with security. And it was so difficult. But there's probably people going through a worse thing right now, because now it's like, with this Ukraine and Russia and what's going on, there's probably other people who are like trapped apart from their family members or their newly married spouse. I mean, it's like a really difficult situation. Anyway, that was a lot of story for what was your favorite meal, but that's the context in which that meal took place. So I was just telling the full story. All right, I should probably pick the next card. But yeah, getting on that plane was like, I mean, it was almost impossible. I was like ready to like move. I mean, that was ridiculous. And by the way, they wouldn't give my wife a visa until like after we were married. It was like probably a year that we were married before she came here. I don't know why they wouldn't give her a visa like to visit. Like, considering that this country lets like, I don't know how many people, like how many millions of people like through the border every year without doing things the right way, then someone does do stuff the right way and you tell them no. I mean, come on. Like, people trying to do good and you're not doing their part. Yeah, I mean, especially you consider I like pay all my taxes, I do everything right. I thought I was doing everything right. And it's like to be rejected on something that meant so much to me. Like, I felt like it was like so cold. Like, anyway, it's not the case anymore. But I was quite upset at the time. Oh my goodness, this piece is right here. I was like looking all through the box and the piece is already out of the box. All right, well, I'm not sure what that is that we just built. I'm looking at the picture. I don't see any section that this is this color. I guess we'll find out in a minute. And by the way, we have an extra piece. So what did I not do? Why do we have an extra piece? Did I do this piece? Because it looks like the right size. It's supposed to go there. I take off my glasses and look. It looks like we did it. No, 2 of them. I was supposed to use 2 of them and I only used 1. Do they both go in the same spot? Like, install 2 of them on top of each other? Is that what I was supposed to do? Yeah, I was. All right, okay, fine. I'll just put another one in there. No big deal. Wow, that's twice. Now look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces fixed in one shot. That's twice that we made a mistake and we're able to fix it. Made a mistake 10 pieces ago, but we're able to fix it in 1 second because last time it was just flipping it over and this time it was just adding 1 piece. All right, next up. Oh, this goes, okay. You can't see the scooter. It goes here, basically. You can't see the box from your seat. That's weird. All right, let's move the cards a little more. I didn't expect what's your favorite meal to be like a tearjerker, but apparently it was. I guess this is a good deck. Again, can't give it a 5 with no artwork. Maybe I can. Maybe just focus on the question, but what accents can you do? Well, what accents can I do? What accents am I willing to do? Because I know that if I do the wrong accent, I'll get banned from all social media and be considered an outcast to society. So I'm going to just rate that question as no longer culturally appropriate. There was a time when you could just do accents and people would laugh, but nowadays you can't do accents. It's like offensive, apparently. I mean, of course you can do them. That guy from Kane's Grocery, that's not his real accent, but I guess he's allowed to do it because maybe it could have been his real accent. I'm not really sure what the theory is on that, but it's like it's not his real way of talking, but he's allowed to do it. And his wife too. I mean, Mrs. Kim, not his wife, Mrs. Kim. That's not her real accent either. They're both just playing it for TV. So I guess in that sense, I would be allowed to do an Italian accent. So I can do an Italian accent. I'm not sure I do it that well, though, so I'm not going to do it right now. Wow, that definitely seems like a question that should have resulted in some entertainment, but I'm just like refusing to do it. Well, I'm tempted to say that's why I'm not a good host. You know how I was talking about Howard Stern, but I also think that I'm putting puzzles together and I'm up to like my 50th episode, and I think it would be unrealistic to think that I would be like, I shouldn't have to compare myself to someone who's like a Hall of Famer in his business, whereas I'm just like fooling around for a few weeks. Maybe I'll at some point do something competent, but there's no reason to think I would do it yet, and I'm not concerned that I haven't. I'm looking for this piece, but in white. There it is. Let's see. I skipped a piece. 2 pieces, actually. All right. 1 by 4. There we go. Wait a minute. No, I only skipped 1 piece. All I skipped was that little circle in the middle. All right, now this goes here. This goes here. This goes here. All right. All right, I am going to need this piece now. And this piece. All right. Flip it over. All right. This one. And this one. All right, things are about to get exciting. Now we need 2 of these. All right, what are we going to do with these? Flip this around again. Hook them underneath. There we go. Now hopefully we're getting a 1x3 to lock those in. Nope. We're getting another one of these. Why are these separate directions? They easily could have put those in one section. Oh, because it's a little different. All right. I take back what I said. All right. So, I'm going to lock 2 of them. No. Overrule. We're going to lock 3 of them. And then we're going to go the other way. Look at their picture. They want us to put this here. No, they want us to put this here and this here. That's crazy. Obviously, we're going to do it the other way. If we can. No, we can't. Because they don't line up. Oh, well, that's a shame. You can make them line up by adding a 2 in there. No. I really want to put this here to make it stronger. But it's not gonna work. But the way they want us to do it is not gonna work either. Did I do this wrong? Is it supposed to go up here? There we go. All right, now, okay. Now I get to make my statement. So they want to do this and this. And I'm saying do it the reverse. And it's going to be stronger. Yeah. Yep, definitely better this way. So I overruled them now twice. I don't know. Let's see if I'm like doing something smart or dumb. It's kind of weird the way it slants, but I'm sticking with it. That's what we're doing. All right, so now we're supposed to install this kind of. I guess there's going to be 2 halves to it. Wow, those flowers again. They just like don't want to stay in this basket. All right, there we go. I'm going to attach this. Well, there you go. It's like 3 pieces, like waiting to be connected. But they don't line up. Am I missing a piece? Should I remove a piece? Are these supposed to be not? So, Well, I think this explains why it was like slanted. So let's keep thinking about this. All right. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna do it the way they said because We need them to be independent to get them to click. Yeah, there we go. Now I'll get them to fit, but they seem to be kind of opposite of what they need to be. I'll put that on at the end. Better this way. It's a tough piece to get on. All right, let's do these two first. Wow, it's like falling apart here. Okay, gotta do this one first. This one second. Now, this goes here. Yeah, nice. This goes here. Right. And it goes like this direction. And now, can we make them connect? We're gonna find out. This freaking kickstand keeps tilting over. Wow. All right, let's try it again. Good. At least I think it's good. Seems good. All right, that's nice. All right, that's good. Now I gotta do the other side. I assume. Yep, I gotta do the other side. So what do we need? Well, we know eventually we're gonna need this piece. And this piece. I think I just hit the camera again. I don't know. Let's get another question going. Well, we filled up 2 of these boards already. I'm not gonna open a third board. I'm just gonna start refilling this one. Let's see. The question game. What is your most irrational fear? Irrational fear. Well, if I have it and I still have it, I'm probably not irrational about it, right? I mean, I must think it's rational. Maybe what the public would find as irrational. Who is the public? What other people would find as irrational? Irrational. I have a fear, other people don't. Well, come on. I think it's opposite. I think other people are the ones with the irrational fears. All right, let me think. Let me think about that. I probably have some answer I could give, but, you know, I mean, what am I really afraid of? I think I have a long history of not being afraid of stuff that I should have been afraid of. It's hard to think of like something that I'm afraid of that I shouldn't have been afraid of. I feel like it's more likely to go the other way. But I'll try to think of something. Or maybe I should list the opposite. Irrational fear. By the way, I don't see this piece. And I feel like it would be an easy piece to spot. I'm building a scooter, if you want to see. Actually, you should listen to this video. Were you listening to it?
No.
I told the story of our wedding and that like meal that your family made. and I was saying how beautiful it was, and I basically started crying, you know. So I should send you a clip of that part of the video.
Oh, okay.
Because I was using these cards. Here was the, what was the best meal you ever had? And I described that meal after we got married the first time. And basically that was my best meal. I'll make a clip
What
of
do you mean
that.
the first time we got back? We married second time?
Well, I just mean like in Moscow
Ah.
versus in New York. Like the first, I don't know how to describe it. You know what I mean? Like the civil proceeding,
Yeah.
not the church proceeding.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the piece I was looking for. I don't know how I didn't find it earlier. I'll make a clip of that section and give it to you. It was like, it was good. It actually was good. These cards, they helped out a lot. I came up with a lot of stuff to say. Basically, they just get you started, and then you go wherever you go. Yeah.
No, I was studying Spanish.
Oh, okay, good.
I was basically on lesson 35, I believe.
Wow. You're tearing right through it.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically very simple lessons, but it's like guides you in the right direction. I like it.
Yeah.
I think if Enzo will follow it, I think he will do good progress.
By the way, I'm using this internet. I'm using this wired internet, but I plan to do a better setup that wires everything. But for now, I got this wired.
How's it doing?
Seems like it's better. This screen looks, this is bad because this isn't wired. But if I refresh it, it will go to the higher resolution. On the replay, you'll see it's actually good.
It seems like your iPad has better clear image than the computer.
Nick was looking up my computer today when I was doing the Ethernet. He was looking at my computer, and he was like laughing. It's like so terrible. It's worse than that new one that he got that he doesn't like. Like mine is apparently even worse.
Well, forget about mine. That is like
Yeah.
old one.
Well, we're not doing video gaming. They care about that frames per second because they're doing video gaming. We're not doing that. I mean, there probably would be some difference. I mean, obviously this iPad looks better than my screen, but you know, I don't think it's a big deal. It probably though would help with those rendering 3D images when I'm making comics, 3D models. All right, I'm not really looking super closely at the instructions because it's like we're doing the same thing we did on the other side. So I kind of just did it from memory. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. So now we're gonna attach to this side. Hopefully it's gonna all get locked in very tightly then. So far all it did was fall apart, but let's try again. I have to get it's stronger connection at the top, but I have to connect the bottom first to make sure that the top is lined up. Though I suppose I could line it up by like mirror imaging the other side. Anyway, this is hopefully gonna start getting sturdy once I lock these pieces in. The kickstand keeps falling over. Why don't they let us put on that second wheel? Everything would be much more sturdy with the second wheel. Well, I guess it's all part of the challenge of putting it together. There's like I mean, sometimes the challenge is like innate, like when you do a bookshelf, there's like, or a squat rack or whatever, there's like challenging sections to putting it together. But when it's a Lego, it's officially supposed to be a challenge, so they have even more like right to make it challenging. All right, that's done. So now we're moving on to some blue section here. Okay. What is all this blue gonna go? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Oh, that's a weird piece. Oh, this is gonna be the tire. We had a section like that in white before. All right, is this it? This looks like too long. No, that's it. I think that's it. Oh, what's that, a horn? That's cool. All right, 2 of these. Oh, that's not it. Wow. There's like quite an abundance of these blue pieces. Didn't realize we were like stockpiling them. They're all upside down. I can't tell what they are until I flip them over. Gray pieces. We haven't even been dealing with much gray. All I'm trying to do is find this simple piece. Where the heck is it? I'm moving stuff to these front trays. These back trays, you can't fully see them unless you push the stuff to the back. And move some stuff to the front tray and some stuff I'm going to push to the back of the back tray. It's actually kind of dangerous to move them around because then the same pieces aren't in the same place. But we already found that that's not the case. Oh my goodness, this wasn't it. This is a 3, I need a 2. Back to square one. 2 of these horns, 1 on each side, I guess. Unbelievable. Still don't have the piece I need. There it is. I think there it is. Yep, there it is. Nope, that's another 3. Where the hell is the 2? I gotta pick this up again. That's a slanted one. Here it is. It was at another one of those angles that I couldn't see. And I'm not sure what it was, but I felt a piece fall. Shouldn't have fallen that far though. I felt it bounce off one leg and then the other. But you know what? It might not have been a Lego piece. I found this. Might have been that. I don't know why that. It kind of makes sense because I was thinking, where would the Lego piece fall from? All right. Okay. That's it. That was a lot of work finding that piece for very little reward. All right, so this goes. Not really sure where this goes. Looks like back here somewhere. Maybe on that brown piece. All right, that was cool. Yep, it connected to other blue stuff down there. I guess that's the right spot for that. All right, finally using that piece. By the way, this bucket over here is now empty. 4 of these. We're basically building our own block with room for what? Something to go through it. Maybe an axle? Let's see. What is your most irrational fear? Did I not answer that yet? What is your most irrational fear? Answer in the chat box or the comments. What is your most irrational fear? Well, if you have the fear, you obviously don't think it's irrational. But okay, that's sort of a cop-out to say that. Irrational fear. I would say that for the most part, I'm lacking in those fears. I'm actually known for not being afraid when I should have been, which maybe I'm giving up too much information by mentioning that, but sort of what I'm known for. Like in so many situations. Could be business, could be physical danger, could be a lot of different things. I'm supposed to find a 2x5. That's a pretty big piece. I feel like I wouldn't have just lost track of it. But here I am, not able to find a 2x5 when all I have left are these little tiny nothing pieces. Yeah, I don't have anything that size. I don't have any 2x5s. All I have is little tiny nothing pieces. Which is a shame because it looks like an important piece. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I don't need it. Yeah, I don't need it. The first piece is this. It's this piece. I don't know why I thought I needed it. I should be reading the instructions. All right. So it's a 1x2 and then a 2x4. There's no 2x5. That never happened. I just basically made that up. All right. Another one of these. I don't know why they didn't just ask for 5 in the first place. And then this odd little duck. I believe that's what they're looking for. Okay. What do we want here? Is it this piece finally? Are we finally going to use this? Alright. Gotta get this puzzle done. Don't have much time left. Otherwise, it's not going to get done today. Alright, I'm standing up so I can see the box better and hopefully start moving quicker. No, not correct. I think it's one more of these. Yep, one more of these. And then this goes on top of that. And then this goes back here. This bridges. And then this one goes up top. Probably should have been standing the whole time. I just can see the pieces better from standing. That sitting position, I couldn't see what the hell I was doing. All right, what's next? Ooh, we're gonna attach this. In what way? Like this. All right. All right. On to the next. All right. 3 and a 2. 3, 2, bang. All right, a single, and a stepping stone. All right. What do I do with that one? There we go. I think that's right. All right, 2 of these. That's not right. There we go. All right. 2 sides. Irrational fear. Still trying to think of that irrational fear. Oh, okay, I got one. I don't have it lately, but for many years I had irrational fear of red ants because they don't live in this neighborhood where I live. But I'd seen some like In Search Of when I was a kid, and it just made them sound really scary. So for years I had irrational fear of red ants. And then I think I saw some red like mites at some point, and I wondered if they were red ants, but they weren't. That's probably irrational fear that I had at some point. Is this the handlebars we're building right now? It kind of looks like something like that, right? All right. 2 of these. And 2 of some strange looking piece. Is that it? Well, I don't have a second one of those. Oh, okay, I do. Yeah. 2 of those, 2 of those. All right. Oh, just gonna build those together, huh? Oh no, I only need 1 of those. I don't know why I grabbed 2. Only needed 1. Okay. This piece doesn't look right. I don't know. When I assemble it, it doesn't look right. That one looks even more wrong. I feel like there's not enough. They're all with only 2? No, this one looks right. Okay. You need to have the circles like on opposing sides. Let's see, that has none. Opposing side, that's it. Okay. Now a 3 and a 4. 3, 4. All right. Where did that go? this. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yep. All right. Here we go. Okay. Two of these. If I could find these pieces quicker, I could get them built quicker. All right. One of these. And this thing. Alright. Trying to figure this out. Looks like these guys up here. And this guy behind them. I think that's right. Alright, 3 times this weird piece. Alright, where is that gonna go? Right up front here. I could be making mistakes. I'm trying to work at super speed to get this done before I have to turn the lights off. Because how are we gonna work in the dark? Alright. Now I'm back to, I at least gotta stand up to find the pieces. Otherwise it's impossible. Alright, so this thing for holding pieces didn't work. It's like I can't see anything. 2, 3. Good. No, I need 2 3s. There's another one. Excellent. Okay. Something doesn't add up here. Well, that really doesn't add up. Well, I think it wasn't that bad. I think it's fixable. I think that I just put this one section on incorrectly. All right. I just think I transposed these pieces. The middle one might be tough to get. Yep, middle one is tough to get. do that, but maybe it'll help. So I had done it upside down. It's supposed to be this way. I'm fixing it now so I can finally move on and move on. Yeah, that's right. I like this. Yep, that's good. Not sure what we're building, but we're doing it correctly. All right. That's not right. We're down to all these little, like, ridiculous pieces. That looks right, but it's the wrong color. We need a piece in gray. All right, here's one. And we only need one. We got our 2 pieces. All right. We need 4 of these. Wow. Do we have 4 of those? I don't think we do. 2, 3, 4. No, we have even more than 4. Need 2 of these. And 1. This is one of the most common pieces in this whole build, but I can't find it when I need it. All right, there it is. We gotta get this done, no matter what it takes. All right, let's see here. All right. No. I think we gotta put these underneath or something. All right, let's start here. Gotta look closely at these instructions. Can't make them out. All right. The piece I can't find is the 1x2. I'm not sure where that goes. I'm just gonna say that it goes here, because that's the only place it really can go. Now, where do these ones go? I guess they go, no. Well, we got another problem. I think these 3s are on incorrectly. Yeah. I don't know how it happened, but they're not right. I think since I started speeding up, I started making a lot of mistakes. But I still feel like I'm net going faster. is your most irrational fear? Oh, I said it, red ants. I should get another card out. But I want to just zoom through this. Alright, what's next? Finally, this thing. Alright. What is that thing? What part of the scooter is that? Alright. Come on. I gotta stand up when I look for pieces. For some reason, I can't find them when I'm sitting down. Alright, there we go. Okay. Two of these. One of these. Two more of these. Come on. This looks like it, but it's not. I know I had more of them. Alright, there's another one. And two of the big ones. Alright, let's go. Alright, do a little assembly first. Oh, I only needed one of those little ones. Whatever. It's fine. Alright. Oh, where does this attach? Right here. Yeah, hangs off the bottom. Nice. Done. And these next two pieces, for some reason, I already had sitting here. I think I took them out at some other point for some other reason, but they came in handy right now. Alright. What next? Three of these. Remember those pieces I was dropping before? Well, now they want three of them. And I probably already dropped them all. You know, these pieces are all kind of weird. I'm not even sure if I'm doing them right. Yeah, a little weird pieces. Right, not sure what I built, but there it is. Basically a little pivot sort of piece. And now it says put it on another one. Well, this bottom part of the pivot is not right. It needs to be facing the other way. Do they make it like that? Yeah, they do. They got another one that faces the other way. No, that's not it. Is that it? I don't see the piece that I need. Like, none of these seem to do the job. Yeah, I don't see it. This looks kind of like it, but it's not big enough. Needs to be a piece that you... Oh, here it is. Okay, there it is. Whatever the hell it is. Goes onto here. It's I'm so close to finishing it. Look how many pieces I have left. Not many.
I'm not gonna interrupt you.
Okay. Thank you. Almost done. Here we go. Little locking pin. Oh, might have been off camera there. I was putting that tire together. Anyway, now this tire needs to go. It needs to attach to this, but it seems like there's something missing. I'll take this bottom off so I can get it a little higher up. Yeah, there's definitely a piece missing. No, maybe not. Like this. Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's the piece that was missing. And that's the piece that the tire goes into. So there we go. Now, how do we get it locked in? Let's see what's going on this page. Maybe on the next page it'll make sense. Looks like we're building the same thing, actually. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We're going to build 2 of them, and the second one's going to lock it on. Let's build this thing again. Alright. I'm just doing pieces I've already done, but for some reason I don't see the second one of it. Okay. This is crazy. I remember when I put this piece on, I remember there were 2 of them. Now I can't find the other one. Remember that I actually need it. They were sitting right next to each other, right in here. Crazy. That's the problem when you get to the end. You start to run out of pieces. Crazy thing is I saw that piece. Oh, I already put it on. I was looking all that time for a piece that was already in place. So of course it would never be found. Alright, that's done. The piece was already put on. I don't know why I was looking for it. Alright. Okay. This piece isn't long enough. I gotta find another. I gotta use a longer piece. That's the problem with this. When they don't have the circles to count, you're like just basically guessing as to what piece they're looking for. And I guessed wrong in this case. Though I shouldn't have. Should have measured it against the other side, but I didn't, so. Wow, it still looks too short, but it's the best we got to work with. All right, let's try again. This piece just fell off. I don't know from where. I think it was this piece that fell off from right here. Trying to get these two sides to line up so I can get the tire in the middle. It's not happening. I think I had that attached the wrong way. Finally, oh, thought I had it. It snapped right off. Okay. That's probably the best we're going to do. Feels like this piece should be longer, but it's not. You know what? I think it is supposed to be longer. I think this is that piece. I think this piece here is supposed to be there. You gotta switch those two pieces and then everything's gonna fit. Yep, it's a little bit longer. That's definitely the middle piece. Yep, everything's gonna work now. Well, this front wheel is obviously the toughest part of the whole build. All right. I dropped the piece that I really need. And now I found the flower. Every time I look for one piece, I find a piece that I should have found before. Alright, so the piece I need to attach the tire, which I was like 1 second from doing, I dropped. And I don't see it. Got it. Alright. Alright, it's on the tire. Now I just need to get it onto the piece here. problem. Just spin that around the other direction. There we go. Spin this too. Finally. May not be on correct, but it's on. All right, and that's it. Now we attach it, and it's done. We built the scooter. Well, this is crazy. This is like an axle. Okay, that's cool. All right, so we still need a steering wheel. All right. Try to do this super quick. Trying to find this little slant piece. I mean, we barely have any pieces left. I don't know how I can't see it. Oh, there it is. It was on the table the whole time. All right. Now, this weird little piece. An equally weird piece. There it is. They kind of click together. I guess it allows the wheel to steer. There we go. Is that correct? Not sure. You know what? I think it doesn't attach to this. I think it's, just set this aside and then we build these. So now that looks right. Okay. Cool piece. Wow. A lot of these pieces. Just gonna fill this entire thing with these pieces. Okay, I think that's that. No, not exactly. All right, that's it. It was the right piece, but I had it the wrong way. All right, now that's good. Put this on. Okay. And this piece right here. Oh, there's that license plate sticker that we were looking for yesterday. Finally showed up. All right. I'm actually gonna not bother with that sticker, but at least we found it. All right. Get these pieces on. Strange pieces. All right, this piece needs to be spun. I'm not doing the card game anymore. I gotta just get this done as quickly as possible at this point. We're already in the 4th hour. All right. There are so few pieces left. You'd think I'd be easy to find the pieces, but they're still not. Anyone watching the new Game of Thrones? I'm only up to the 5th episode. It's kind of some crazy stuff. I'm not sure it's as good as the first one, though. The original series was, I don't know. Well, I guess everyone likes the original better. Well, we're short a piece, and it's not one of the pieces that I dropped. They're just, it's just not in there. So, whatever. It's a sort of meaningless piece. It just would flatten that out. It's not here. There's this, but that's not it. All right, now we're putting the handlebars on. We're very close at this point. What piece I was missing? I actually had used one where I didn't need it, so now we got it. So those weird speaker pieces are actually part of the handlebars. I didn't know what they were. Well, now I see. They're handlebars. So are these pieces, I was calling them telescopes in the beginning. They're part of the handlebars too. So no telescopes, no speakers. It's all handlebars. I think we're done. Well, no, there's still a couple pages left, but I don't know what possibly could be on those pages. Oh, headlight. That's the last thing. Sorry, one more thing. Mirrors. You know what? I'm just gonna put this on without the mirrors. Oh, there you go.